Call the June 7th Plan Commission to order. Can we have our announcements, please?
Before we begin the agenda, the Wichita-Sedgwick County Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and the Wichita-Sedgwick County Board of Zoning Appeals would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to this public hearing. Copies of the agenda for today's meeting, the public hearing procedure, and Planning Department staff reports on all agenda items are available in the lobby of this conference room. The Planning Commission's and the BZA's bylaws limit the applicant on a zoning, subdivision, or variance application and his or her representative to a total of 10 minutes of speaking time at the start of the hearing on that item, plus up to 2 minutes at the conclusion of that hearing. All other persons wishing to speak on agenda items are limited to 3 minutes per person. However, if they feel that it is needed and justified, the chairman may extend these times by up to 2 minutes. All speakers are requested to state his or her name and address for the record when beginning to speak. When you are finished speaking, please write your name, address, and the case number on the sheet provided in the lobby. This will enable staff to notify you if there are any additional proceedings concerning that item. Please note that all written and visual materials you present to the Commission and the Board will be retained by the Secretary as part of the official record. If you are not speaking but you wish to be notified about future proceedings on a particular case, please sign in on that same sheet. The Planning Commission and the Board are interested in hearing the views of all persons who wish to express themselves on the agenda items. However, we ask that all speakers please be as concise as possible and avoid long repetitions of facts or opinions which have already been stated. For your information, the Wichita City Council has adopted a policy for all city zoning items. A copy of this policy is available in the lobby. The City Council relies on a written record of the Planning Commission hearings and does not conduct its own additional public hearings on these items. The decision of the BZA is final. Any appeal of a decision of the BZA is to district court.
Okay, our first item are minutes from May 24th, 2018. We'll have to defer those because we didn't have the quorum that listened to those cases. We have no subdivision cases today, and our first item is a public hearing on the vacation number 2018-00012, city vacation of a platted street right-of-way known as North Edgemore Drive to allow a church expansion. And that was recommended to us 7-0. Anybody like to hear that? Anybody in the audience wish to hear that item? If not, I have a motion.
To approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Okay, case number 218-00015, which was deferred from April 5th, 2018. Anybody on the commission want to hear it?
Chairman, about that issue, we all received 19 pages of stuff that was handed to us in the last 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And I don't know how they expect this commission to make a decision that's been heard once before or deferred once before. We either need to shut off the stuff or something, because I don't know how this is pertinent to anything new. And I know it doesn't cover the recommendations probably of the planning staff, so.
Would you like?
Is that motion?
I'm just throwing frustration out.
I guess what the commission could adopt a policy for in the future, that if you don't get stuff in your mail out, you're not going to consider it at the hearing, I assume. Yeah. That would be one way to address it in the future. I mean, you got a lot of people here today, so.
I think today we can
I'm
also
not
make a
saying we
motion.
we can hear the people today, but I always like to hear some input from the rest of the commission here about sitting down here
Oh, I
and getting
agree
19
with
pages,
that.
I agree with you.
19 pages of stuff that I haven't had time to read it.
And one of the last ones is a legal decision, which we need the lawyers to look at and tell us what we can and
Covenants for
can't
the
do.
subdivision.
Mr. Richardson,
Well, I certainly agree with what Mr. McKay is saying, and I also think it's in some ways unfair to the people who show up not knowing that that these things need to get to us ahead of time. So we need to somehow figure out a way for that to. I understand that they're here to have their opinions, and certainly we respect that. But some way for us to have these written materials ahead of time so that we have an opportunity to look over. Because frankly, to the commission and those in the audience, when you hand this out as we sit down, it essentially doesn't get read and it does not do you any good. And so we're not being fair to the people who want to come and be heard if they think they can come and hand this out and have it have some effect on us, because frankly, we just don't have a chance to read it. There's a lot going on here, and we don't have a chance to read that. That's not fair to them as well, for them not to realize that goes on. So they're going to a lot of work really that doesn't help them in this point. So I don't know what to do about it. But
I guess what I would suggest is they get 3 minutes to speak. And so the idea, I think, would be that if they're going to hand something out at the meeting, they would summarize it as part of their presentation. And so you'd get the key points, but have something in hard copy that could be for the record for whatever that's worth.
how many are here to hear item number 4? Of those who are here to hear it, how many are responsible for a documentation that was handed out to us? Okay. I like Mr. Miller's suggestion. Mr. Johnson.
Well, it seemed like even in the past, when we received this kind of information, when they get up and make their presentation either for or against, we hear the same thing that's in these letters. They just start reading it a lot of the time. So I don't know if this is really accomplishing anything without them addressing it at the podium.
Certainly, everybody has a right to correspond with us. Cindy.
I guess I'd just like to have some clarification as to the handouts, because it's unclear. I know 2 of the handouts that I received say one's in reference to agenda item number 6 and item number 6 and the other item number 7, but the other documents, I'm unclear as to, maybe somebody can help me with what specific case these are relevant to. Because without reading through them, I'm unsure.
Item number 4, we received 19 pages of documentation or this stuff right here.
So is the item from Shelley Dunnigan, is that related to
Item 4.
item 4?
We assume everything else that doesn't have a number on it is number 4.
Is that the case?
Is that fair?
Yes, but the rest of them are all number 4. All I'd like to say is that, this has been deferred once before, so it's not new. What should be coming up and what's going on. And I'm not blaming anybody, because most people don't know the process that we go through. And I don't disagree with the rest of the members here that a lot of times they just repeat what they have written down for us. But I don't know that at this point in time. I don't know what's in these, because I have not had time to read them. And like I say, I walked in here 20 minutes after 1, and 19 pages of stuff for item number 4 sitting in front of me. Will it make a determination of my decision? Well, maybe and maybe not at this point in time, but I don't feel like that I can personally make a fair decision on this item with having all this information, whether it's, not having a chance to read it. Because we go basically by what the recommendation is from the staff. And I'd almost be willing to bet you 2/3 of the stuff that we got today, the staff has not covered because they didn't know about it.
Okay, unless we have a motion, we will continue.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that from here moving forward, any information regarding a case has to be submitted to the planning department in time for us to get it in the mail out. And I don't know what that time is, but
Second.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to, it's in the bylaws that people can submit material.
Oh.
So to go through that, we're gonna have to change the bylaws and the overall policy. Our statement that's read at front of time says that the handouts will be used as, evidence in the file itself. So we would have to go through quite a bit of procedural changes.
what would
to
it
do
take to
that.
change the bylaws? Go before the city council?
No, but
Isn't
it's
it a
more than just a
two-thirds
motion
vote?
to change it.
It's a 2/3 majority
Yeah.
vote. And I don't think the bylaws can be effective, an amendment be made effective today. I don't think you can apply it to something that's already in front of you, in
Yeah.
other words.
Wouldn't be retroactive to today's meeting.
Okay, could you bring that up under our agenda item 8?
Sure. Again, I think if that's the case, I would, not as a motion, but request that staff put in motion the necessary steps to change the bylaws to affect what I talked about.
Again, I would bring that up under other business. Chuck?
Put off to number 8.
John?
I've got a question for staff and law. Can we hear this and then defer our
Decision?
decision to another time?
Or
Is that possible?
if you feel like there is information that is either unclear or absent, then
We can go ahead and hear the people and then defer what we,
The proper motion and vote.
at the end. Okay, I just wondered if that was possible. I'm not saying that's what should happen. I'm just wondering.
Well, I was gonna make a motion that we go ahead and hear this, let the people talk, and at the end of the deal, decide if we want to defer or not. Even
I'd
though I don't-
second that.
Even though I don't feel like I can make a fair decision.
I'm not sure we need that as a motion.
Well, I don't know if we do or not.
it's on the agenda. So unless you would make a motion to not hear it, I think you're obligated to take it
There's
up.
people here, so I think we should.
Okay. Let's go ahead and proceed with this item.
Go to the agenda.
Oh, sure. Item number 5. Anybody wish to hear it on the commission? Anybody in the audience wish to hear item number 5? She does? Okay, so we'll hear that. Item number 6. A county conditional use. Anybody on the commission wanting to hear that? You do, Dave? Okay, we'll hear that. Item number 7.
Mr. Chairman, I'm seeing confused faces over here. I think that we need to read what the item is so the people in the audience know what it is. They don't, items number 7 doesn't mean anything
got
to
you.
the audience.
So far, we haven't deferred anything.
Yeah.
Item number 7. Anybody in the commission want to hear it? All right. Dave, we'll continue with item number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is conditional use case 2018-15. As you noted in the introduction, this was originally set before the Planning Commission for consideration on April 5th and was deferred at that time for 2 weeks. Subsequently, it was requested by the applicant to continue the matter until today. We did send out written notification to all the landowners who were notified in the original notification of that continuation until today. So in our opinion, adequate information has been provided. You'll also note in the staff report that the District Advisory Board number 3 heard this case on April 4th. And as reported in the revised staff report you received, At that advisory board meeting, the vote was 7-0 to 1 abstention to deny the request, and you should have the memorandum from District Advisory Board 3 giving all the information they received and the basis for their recommendation of denial. In all honesty, it was a lot of the information that was discussed that night that is the foundation for why this case had been deferred until today. The staff report essentially has not modified or changed from what was originally provided to you on April 5th. There's still a recommendation of approval with about 23 conditions attached to the recommendation, many of which are consistent with what has been attached to other cases that have been presented over the years before the city and county with sand pit operations. There's been communications that we received concerning whether or not there should be additional recommendations relative to the rock crushing operation. And part of the material that you had presented to you today will be addressed by the applicant's agent, and that is part of what you received today. And within that, they do identify and offer 8 conditions that could be added to the overall recommendation that address specifically the rock crushing operation with respect to this property. In short, the application concerns the request to modify a previously approved conditional use for an extraction operation that occurs within the land that Mr. Russell owns, roughly on the south side of 55th Street and west of Clifton. In the area, in this location, we are south of the development that's immediately to the north. I'm drawing a blank. Meadowlark Lakes, Meadow Lake Beach. This is the aerial. You can see outlined in red the overall property that is the subject of this particular request. The land is in the city. Some of the land further to the south is in the county. You can see here the overall plan for the area, and it shows the subject location at this particular area. This is the offered site plan showing the extent of the operations and how they intend. Here's the outline of the area. Shaded in gray is the area that was originally approved in the conditional use several years ago for the extraction, and we're now expanding it as outlined in the staff report. The reason for the expansion, there had originally been plans to include this as a further expansion of the residential development. However, in 2016, the remodification of the flood maps within Wichita and Sedgwick County changed the flood elevations, and more importantly, some of the other rules and regulations concerning required freeboard made the redevelopment of this area around a water feature more economically not viable, and that's why we're here today. This shows the redevelopment plan with the idea that we would have a large lake. The river sits right in this location, and then there would be some additional residential lots, primarily coming off of Clifton, and then an expansion coming off of 55th Street to create a handful of lots on the north side of the lake. This is aerial photos or pictures that were taken not recently, because there's no leaves on the trees. There is now. But this is looking towards the site. This is Clifton looking north, and we're looking kind of northwest at the area where the operation would occur. This is further to the south. The entryway that is proposed would be just this north area, the rock crushing facility, and most of the operations would be immediately north of this improvement along the drainage improvement at this location. But we're kind of at the very south end of the property. This is a shot looking from 55th Street South, showing the extent of the operation that has been occurring under the current conditional use that's approved. Another shot looking west into the site. This is the current entrance into the property from Clifton. That's just south of 55th Street. 55th Street's right roughly in this location. This is looking on 55th Street north at some of the homes that is in the Meadowlark Beach neighborhood. To the north of the location, another shot. This is looking east from Clifton. 55th Street's right in this location. This is the property that is on the east side of Clifton. This is looking east on 55th Street back towards 55th going on. The Clifton is moving north and south in this location. Further shot showing west along 55th Street. Here is the intersection of 55th and Clifton looking north. You can see the sign, and Clifton is going north at this location. Some aerial, another shot looking east along 55th Street. This is south, the view south from the entrance, the existing entrance into the sand pit area, and we're looking south along Clifton. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. I know that the applicant's agent has a large handout, and I think he wants to address the material within that.
Questions for the presentation? Yes.
Dave, you've cited conditions here from the supplemental uses for mining, quarrying, and gravel extraction.
Mm-hmm.
In your opinion, does that cover rock crushing as well?
Well, within the context of what the overall operation is addressed within the limits of operation and whatnot, it would cover most of that stuff. The supplemental information provided by the agents, the applicant or the owner's agent, addresses additional stuff with respect to the rock crushing, and I would like to have them introduce that into the record. That addresses a little more, but in terms of environmental impacts, yes, both of them cover the full breadth of all air quality and operational aspects that cover. We have crushers often.
Dave, that really doesn't answer my question. If I came into you and said, I want to do rock crushing only, would I be approved under GG?
For the most part, yes. Hours of operation, there's a lot of other things that would come into play. There might be a couple of three other things, and that's why I said the applicant's agent has offered, and that's in the packet of information that you have on your table, some very specific things with respect to the rock crushing operation as additional conditions that can be attached.
That still doesn't answer my question, and maybe Dale can help me here, but it's like, this doesn't look to me to cover rock crushing.
The state has requirements that speak to dust and that sort of thing, and then the conditional use conditions would have hours of operation for the sand pit, but if you wanted to make sure that if there were separate hours or separate requirements for the sand pit, then you'd want to include the extra things, and there certainly could be things missing from GG.
But are we saying that?
We're saying that that GG is the only thing that would allow you in the regulations to have a rock crusher approved. I just want to make sure that these are the conditions.
No, you could add, you can certainly add conditions that you think are appropriate.
Let me ask it another way. Anywhere in our regulations do we address rock crushing per se?
Not specifically.
We do not. Okay. I guess that answers my question is we don't have a place to put rock crushing, if you will, by its name at least, by whatever it's.
It's a listed use is there, Scott's going to look at the zoning code, but it's a separate listed use in the zoning code. I don't know whether there are supplemental,
What zoning would it require?
there are not.
There's not.
So it's unlike the sand pit that has supplemental use regulations, the rock crusher does not.
So it's not listed, Scott, in the zoning code?
No, it's listed. There are no supplemental use regulations like there are for sand, mining and quarrying.
And does it have a zoning code that rock crushing needs to go into?
It's a conditional use in all districts in which it's permitted except for Air Force Base.
Okay, so it can be used with conditional use in any zoning code?
It requires a conditional use. It's not permitted by right in any district.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And as a conditional use, then you can add whatever conditions you think are appropriate. Yeah.
Any more questions for staff? Seeing none, agent or applicant, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Russ Avey, Boffman Company, agent for the applicant. The applicant, Jay Russell, is also in attendance to answer any questions down the road that we might have. There's a lot of familiar faces. A lot of the people that are going to speak in opposition today were at the District Advisory Board, so this has, as several members mentioned, been well chewed through over the past 2.5 months. I'll start really quickly by answering, maybe just tying up a little bit of Mr. Richardson's comments, and that is, I think staff did a good job of tying it together. There are no supplemental use regulations specific to rock crushers, but there are historically standardized conditions for rock crushers. Shortly after the District Advisory Board meeting, it was kind of, we looked at the staff report and realized that there weren't any that specifically covered some of the rock crushing operations. So we had turned that in. I know that you had a question this morning regarding whether there were specific conditions being mentioned for the rock crushing portion of the application, which is why I handed it out in my 5 pages of handout. And my apologies for the handout at late notice, but we just received 2 letters from area residents, again, addressing staff or planning commission question regarding rock crusher specific requirements, and then a cover letter which tried to summarize a little bit of the far-reaching discussion at the District Advisory Board. You will notice, and Dave mentioned that in the staff handout, you have an inter-office memorandum from District Advisory Board 3 Representative Ms. Campbell. And you'll see that there was a wide range of issues. Some are very standard to rock crushing and sand extraction operations. Some are unique to this site, and some were new to me. So my cover letter, again, my apologies for getting it to you today, but it in writing form kind of addresses some of those wide-ranging issues at the District Advisory Board. And I'll just be brief and go through that. We've spent the last 2 months meeting with various entities, including county and city officials, to try to determine an answer and get some answers and some clarification on what had been rumor and innuendo at the District Advisory Board. And so we've taken that time to meet with McConnell and assure McConnell of the no impact that this particular project would have on their facility and their operation. We had heard information retrieved from staff from the Derby School District regarding any impacts on the school district. We met with County Public Works to determine whether or not there were going to be area impacts on the roadways, things of that nature. So again, nothing new. If you are familiar with the approval of a conditional use for sand operation and rock crushing. The rock crushing conditions that I did hand out are from a rock crusher conditional use amendment that was approved by this body some 2 years ago. And so we felt that that was the most current and most relevant set of conditions for rock crushing operations. Not to belabor or extend this meeting any further than necessary, but there is a short 30-second video clip of the very rock crusher that would be used in this operation. So in the event that somebody cares to see how these machines operate, we'd be more than willing to show that. Short of that, I would just like to go through and say that we're in agreement with the staff comments, and I'm going to cede the rest of my time for any questions that you might have, and let these folks begin their presentations as well. If there's any questions of me at this point, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them.
We'd like to see the video.
Okay. video is taken south of Emerald Springs residential subdivision at 21st and West Street. In the background, in the far distance, is an old sand pit. This is next to a series of sand pits. This is right along the turn of 21st and West Street, if you're familiar with that particular area. If you're familiar with that area, it is right up against the property line, and I am standing in the ditch some 20 to 30 feet away from it. The conditions of that day were approximately 80 degrees with a 15 to 20 mile an hour wind. So again, kind of standard conditions in south central Kansas, bright sunny day, and you can see that the operation produces almost no dust that's visible. The only thing that I saw in that video was the exhaust from the diesel machinery. And like I mentioned, I am standing some 20 to 30 feet away from the backhoe and the rock crusher itself, and you can hear generally how loud they are from a short distance away.
Would like to see it again? Okay. No.
I'll sell copies of it.
I have a question.
Yes.
So my rock crusher in this area, don't you really mean a concrete crusher?
Absolutely. It's a horrible name for these devices. Rock crusher. They just sound ominous.
Yeah.
But yes, it mills asphalt, asphalt, cement, and cement concrete. Mm-hmm.
Breaks it down in usable quantities.
I'm not well versed in how it comes off of a construction site, but I think more and more you're finding it somewhat machined already before it's trucked onto site and stockpiled. As I discussed at the District Advisory Board, these rock crushers have the capacity to crush a great amount of material in a short amount of time. So the stockpiling, the incremental hauling of the material onto the site can happen over months. The crushing of that haul would take days or weeks. And so you'll notice that we're offering a limitation of the rock crushing portion of this to only 90 days per calendar year, among the other conditions.
Richard.
Russ, is that the one the video of? Is it operating now? Or periodically, I guess we'd say. At that location.
No.
At Emerald, right there on 21st and West Street. Is it still there?
No. So each company that operates these, in this case, this was Fremar Corporation for the rock crusher at their main plant at 45th and Hoover. These are licensed by the state, so you're a licensed operator of these, and you're permitted, for example, that rock crusher, that was the last day that rock crusher was at Emerald Springs Development. It moved from that location to Newton, Kansas for 2 weeks for a crushing operation there. Then it moved back to 45th, what we're calling Edgewater Sand Pit at 45th and Hoover, and it sits there until it's needed. There's crushing operations there. So it moves around from either a road construction site to a temporary asphalt plant, or as development needs it. So it's a little bit more economical to move the rock crusher to a particular site if there's a certain amount of volume to be crushed, and depending on what that material then is reused for. But oftentimes, you take it from one site to another site, you crush it, you store it there, and then you move that aggregate off to a different site for use.
Other questions for the, yes, Mr. Warren.
Russ, one of the comments you made was that you talked with the school district, and that's what...
I personally did not talk to the school district. It was my understanding that the school district made contact with the planning department and was asking questions about the nature of the application. Nature of the application was explained to this representative, and they had no further follow-up comments. I had not been contacted by any official by the school district.
Yes, early on, we got contact from the school district. I'm sorry, I don't have the lady's name for the Derby School District. She was kind of in charge of overall security and issues of this nature. She had said she had been contacted by some of the neighbors to the north, concerned about the impact this may have at the elementary school to the north. And after sharing with her all the information and providing the documentation provided, she came back and said the school district had no concerns.
What's the maximum height of your piles?
Maximum height of the piles could range up to 30 or 40 feet, typically.
Any other questions for the applicant? If not, we'll hear our first speaker. Anyone from the audience wish to speak on this item?
Hi, my name is Shelley Dunnigan.
Might, again, remind them of the amount of time that they have and.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
State your name and address, please.
Okay. My name is Shelley Dunnigan. I live at 1502 Chamont Circle in Andover, but I am one of the owners who owns the farm property just to the east of the property. The handout that I gave you, it is kind of an outline of my speech, so I apologize for that. It does have one attachment that I thought you might want in writing, and I'll get to that. In my opinion, there's 4 of us who own the property east of this location, and we're all against it, the conditional use permit. In our opinion, it's not the appropriate location for an operation like this with the housing that is already established to the north of the property. Most importantly, in the use permit, the conditional use permit, it says because of the new requirement for the 2 foot of freeboard, it is no longer practical for residential development, and that these things change with the 2016 floodplain. But what I gave you in my handout was from Sedgwick County in 2007, and I have the full 19 pages, but it's their resolution. And on page 19, it states that the freeboard, the 2 foot freeboard, has been in effect since 2007. So if this is the case, then that doesn't seem like that's anything new, and that shouldn't have been the main reason for not being able to develop this property as originally planned. In addition, there's been a lot of violations, trucks not tarped, blowing. A lot of the blowing dust and dirt that the neighbors are complaining about is just even from the truck traffic because it's not obviously paved where they're driving on the property, and it causes a lot of problems for that housing addition. When we were at the DAB board, we were told that there's only 2 enforcement officers for all of Sedgwick County, and enforcement is only done on complaints. So they don't go out to these areas that have been approved with conditional use permits and police them. They only police them with complaints, and it sounds like even that's a pretty lackadaisical process. The aspect of rock crushing is just for money making. It's not going to improve the land for future building homes. I understand that sand pits are desirable to put homes around, but the rock crushing has nothing to do with it. It will only increase the traffic and wear and tear on the roads, bringing in large material and hauling off the crushed material. And those roads really are not designed for those big, heavy trucks. They're not curbed, they're not thick, they're 50 years old. They're not made to hold up to those roads. So the financial benefit to J. Russell does not outweigh the detriment to the adjoining landowners and the damage to the roads, and this conditional use permit should be denied. The reason they are conditional use permit is so you guys have the opportunity to pass these or not, and we ask that you do not pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, next speaker, please. Well, she was right on. I didn't have to bang the gavel. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Okay. My name is Pat Kuhn. I live at 6051 Southeast Boulevard, and I also am one of the landowners to the property to the east. I have pictures. I don't know if I'm allowed to pass them out after the confusion or not. I'd like to, if that's all right.
Put a whole, okay.
My main concern is the safety issue of this. There is no fence. There has been no fence. My grandchildren come to my house a lot. These people have children. Kids wander around. They do things they shouldn't do. This is not fenced. It's not safe. Several years ago, there were kids that played around at Kensington Cove when they were digging it, and the way it was being dug, the children were buried, and it was 2 days before they found these children. I would not want to be in your place and vote this through as a conditional use. That happened, and you have that on your conscience the rest of your life. On these pictures, this person on this first picture is only 5'9". This hole is way, way deeper than his head. No fences at all. The second picture shows the depth of it compared to the backhoe that is there digging. Way, way deeper than it should be. And it shows on the third picture how the dirt is starting to cave in. Kids are going to do things they shouldn't do, and I just pray that no children, if this goes through, gets in there and play. They are not sloped to a 5-to-1, which is what it's supposed to be. And Mr. Russell has not enforced to the people doing it right now what the rules are. I don't think he's going to, as landowner, it's his responsibility to enforce what is done. Any questions?
Questions? Yes, Mr. Daly.
Can you point out with the computer, the mouse there, where the land is that you actually own?
We are just right east.
No, but do it by the mouse.
We are right, this is our farmland right here, and we live right over here.
Do that with the mouse, because I couldn't see where you live.
So we can have you on the record.
Where's the mouse?
Should be right there in the.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
We own that farmland right there. I guess I shouldn't have clicked it. And our house is like about right there.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Dale Kuhn, one of the four that own the land, and I live at 6051 also, Southeast Boulevard. And my biggest concern is the community safety. And like my wife's saying about the kids, they're going to go over there and play and stuff. And when they tunneled in, that one particular case, and it caved in. And this, anytime you have a hole that's 5 foot or more deep, it's supposed to be fenced before you even start operation. And I've been through this with conditional uses on sand pits. I've been in the sand business before and crushing. And it's about the safety of the community. And, you know, I was also opposed, you know, with the road situation. It's agricultural residential. It only pays about $30 a year taxes. That don't go nowhere to take care of a road. So you're using money at large for the rest of the township, which I'm a township board member, to service that one road for one person's needs. And, you know, I'd like to see it developed. I'd like to see the nice houses around it, and it'd be an asset to the tax base and to the community. But just digging a big old hole out there and you know, how long is this going to take? And you know, is it really going to happen? But you know, there's been so many violations in the past. There's 5 trucks been hauling out of there this week. Not a one of them has a tarp, and they don't have any idea how much weight they're putting on each truck because they're not weighing it. They're just doing what I do. They pile it on and they go. And I'd just like to see some of these violations addressed in the future. And hey, it probably wouldn't be that bad a deal, but you know, we don't have no policing of the restrictions. There's no porta potty. They just pull it out and pee on the ground over there across from the houses. We've got pictures of that. I've got pictures of 5 different trucks hauling. Not a one of them has a tarp on it. And it's not from the digging of the material or processing rock or that. It's the trucks driving in fast or in a hurry. Every loop you make is so much a minute. And, you know, without water trucks or any kind of you end up with quite a bit of dust being ground up by the spread axle trucks. And that's what that moves across the houses and other properties. But anyway, that's, everybody else is pretty well covered.
Just a second, sir. I have a question for legal. How do we retrieve violations that have been reported?
Well, I mean, as we've mentioned before, violations are addressed on a complaint basis. Citizen calls in to the department and expresses the concern. They send someone out, they check it out. If there is a violation, they're given a notice of violation and given a certain amount of time to rectify it. If they're not, then they're eventually taken to court.
Who is that? Who's the overseeing entity?
Well, they're now part of Metropolitan Area Planning Department. They were part of MABCD.
Yes, Mr. Warren.
Bill, you said something that got my curiosity up. Clifton Street and 55th Street, are those county roads or
Okay,
township roads? Pays to maintain those?
55th Street going east to the county line is the county street. And Clifton from 55th north up through Oak Lawn and Sunview and around to K-15 is county. And from 55th south to 63rd is Riverside Township.
From 55th Street south to 63rd Street is Township Road.
Yeah, and now that used to be a county road, and in 1978, they paved it. Of course, they didn't build a base or anything. They didn't fly ash and rock or anything. It was just put over soil and sand, because that's what that is down there.
Thank you.
And we would have repaved it, but when this came up, we held on to our bids that we were going to put out, and we'll just kind of sit back and patch it. And my concern was, the city of Wichita is on one side, they get the money, which ain't much, and we're on the other side taking care of the street entirely. And so,
Any other questions for
but
the
anyway,
speaker?
I'd just like to say that, everybody that lives out there, they weren't aware that they were supposed to be the police, that they were supposed to call in the complaints. And as I've been to meetings and seen this going on, it's expressed that, they don't have anybody that goes out and checks it on a regular basis. It's the people's responsibility, and they weren't aware of that.
Questions for the speaker?
Not for the speaker, for legal and staff. What happens on that land is our responsibility, and when they leave that land onto public roads, that is not our responsibility, is it?
I'm not sure I understand your question. What happens on the land is subject to whatever the conditional use responsibilities
When they
are.
leave that land, you said
Right.
they didn't tarp it. That's not our responsibility, is it?
No, that could be county, sheriff's department, or Wichita Police Department could issue a
Is there
citation.
state things about they have to tarp it too, or do they have to tarp it? They don't
Yeah,
have to tarp it.
typically it's required, and it's under the state requirements as far as, there has to be mud flaps and tarp on items like that so they don't blow out and
It's
onto
not
other
our
traffic.
responsibility to enforce
We
that.
can enforce it if
Okay.
we see it.
Okay.
But
Zoning people can't.
No.
I'm sorry, when I said we, I'm talking about the sheriff's department or the Wichita Police Department.
Okay,
Zoning
yeah.
can't do anything about that at all.
Okay, yeah, that was my question. Zoning can't do anything about that, so we don't have a question about
I
it.
think what you're saying, Mr. Daly, is that there's no requirement for it to be tarped while it's on the property. Is that
Well,
your question?
unless we put one on it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Next speaker, please.
just going to read through this real quick. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Reeves. I live at 5553 South Clifton. I'm appearing in front of you today to voice my opposition in moving forward with this city conditional use permit and any other move to extract topsoil, sand, or other resources, or any recycling of rock or any other substance from the property at the southwest corner of 55th South and South Clifton Avenue. You have before you a copy of restricted covenants that I have acquired from the Sedgwick County Courthouse on this property and some of the surrounding properties. Your front page has the property descriptions, and there's also a map which the Sedgwick County Clerk and I researched from the descriptions. They're not to the exact foot, but very close, and the covenants are on the second page.
You show us what you're talking about.
It's the handout on the restrictive covenants that you got right as the openings.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Not all the properties described on the covenants are marked on the map, just some very important ones for today's proceedings. What I perceive from this is that these covenants were set in place to preserve the pristine land. Having a rock crushing plant is not good for the surrounding properties, the environment, the health of the surrounding citizens, the wildlife, or the roads. It was also stated at the last meeting and today that asphalt is also considered a clean rubble, which falls into the same category as we are discussing today. When we received the last letter on changes to the said property, I went to the Sedgwick County Planning Department and asked the gentleman there what were all the changes that were to happen if that went through. I was told that there was going to be a few small ponds dug, no more than 4 or 5 feet deep, for the new development. This is not what happened. The moment it was passed, the trucks started rolling bumper to bumper from sunup to sundown for weeks. Dirt at first was moved going north on Clifton through Oaklawn, untarped, always untarped, truck after truck, to build up the land on the west side of Spirit Aero Systems where the old Humane Society used to be. This left a huge crater where the field used to be. This also shows me that what I am told is not what happens. Therefore, I am against this city conditional use permit from passing. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
In looking at the restrictive covenants, it says no part of the land herein described shall be used to maintain a dump, trash landfill, sanitary landfill, or for the operation or conduct of a salvage operation of any nature. Is it your opinion this operation violates that restrictive covenant?
Yeah, I believe that mining sand is part of salvage. That's what I was told when I received that letter when we were researching our property, and I came to the county courthouse to see what all there was to do with that property, because you're well aware as I am that you want to make sure that you're not getting yourself into a corner there.
Okay, so you're saying this covers the subject property according to the map here?
Yes, okay. I wish I would have had it up on the screen here, but that field is 2 of those outlined in blue.
And I have a question for the staff is, who enforces a restrictive covenant when there's not a homeowners association or?
That is a private matter. It's a civil matter between the parties that were part of the agreement of the restrictive covenant. The planning department, the city, the county does not enforce private covenants.
And so you would, if you owned a piece of land that was included in this restrictive covenant, you could try to enforce it on other parts of it?
You could hire your own attorney.
Yeah,
and,
I understand that.
Yeah.
You would file an injunction action to stop the activity that violated the covenant.
Is violating a covenant, and anyone can do that, or it needs to be someone who's a party of this?
You would have to be a property owner, because I wouldn't have any standing
Right, okay.
to file it.
A property owner covered by this covenant?
Exactly.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to clarify that for you, and it's your opinion that sand extraction is a salvage operation? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Larry, I have a question for legal. Is there a length of time that the restrictive covenants apply?
No, it says in there it runs with the land, so it's perpetual.
So even though it was 76,
Good.
still good. Any other questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, you have 3 minutes, and please state your name and address. Do we not have any other speakers? Oh, okay. I'm so lucky.
Patricia Resser. I live at 5539 South Meadowview Court.
You speak into the microphone, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Patricia Resser, 5539 South Meadowview Court. If you have your minutes from last week, or from our last meeting, there's a picture of the field from weeks ago off of my back deck. I back directly up to that field, and so do all my neighbors. We get the full benefit of the dust, the noise, and everything else. And I can tell you that our kids have been playing in that field because there isn't a fence. So now, back to my presentation. I'm a 75-year resident of Wichita, Kansas. I was born here. And for the last year, we have all lived with the noise and dust of the current operation. When I purchased, and that was just a little over a year ago, nothing was disclosed about what was going on in that field. So I was expecting my nice, quiet, country setting for my retirement home. This was to be my last home. I feel I've wasted a sizable down payment on my house having to deal with what's going on in that field. The health issues have been mentioned, and there will be more mentioned. And my allergies have gone nuts over the last year. It will most likely affect our property values as well as resale. I'm not even sure I can resell now. I'd like to be able to sell it one day, or my children would like to be able to sell it one day. It's hard to believe the owners of that field are the developer and the builders of our homes, and they now want to make it a commercial operation. These are the same people who profited from our home purchases, and I just want to know how much money is enough for them. I'm concerned with that large of a lake because I feel if we ever have a real rainy season, our houses are view outs and we could flood, because that happened to me in Maple Valley in 1998. I had 4 inches of water in my view out basement. I strongly object to the sand operation due to the noise and the possibility of water contamination. The sewage plant already affects our basements. The possible rock crushing is a detriment to our neighborhood as well for noise and other things that have already been mentioned. I trust you as our representatives to look out for our interests and make the right decision by voting no to this request. We want the field to stay zoned residential since it is not a flood zone, so I'm told. If by chance it should be approved, I think a substantial noise abatement wall would have to be there. And operating hours would have to be so that they were non-invasive for the rest of us.
Ma'am, your time is
I
up.
think if that did pass,
How much more
there
time?
should be,
Ma'am?
yeah.
Your time is up. How much more would it take to finish
Well,
up?
I just want to say, I think they should hire someone to be at that site every day to watch what's going on and make sure that things are being done the way that they're supposed to. And I want to thank you for hearing our concerns, and I hope you'll vote no.
Ma'am, could you take the mouse and show us where you live?
it's pretty hard to see on this small of a map, but my lot is lot 89. I sit right there.
Thank you.
And if you guys have your minutes from last week, I sent a email to Jay Russell and through A. Lopez, and there's a picture of that field. And they started up again yesterday. We had a dust bowl yesterday because now they're going all the way to the back of it. The picture that you have is when they were working at the front. Thank you.
Questions for the speaker? Thank you. Next speaker. Again, you have 3 minutes, and please state your name and address.
My name is Cindy Halloran, and I live at 5411 South Elmhurst Circle in Meadow Lake Beach. First, I want to talk about the air quality and health hazards. The operations that will be conducted on this site produce silica dust. Silica dust, according to OSHA, can lead to heart disease, lung cancer, COPD, kidney disease, and silicosis, which is an incurable lung disease that can lead to disability and death. This site is located within 200 feet of a residential neighborhood, and we have found that from the current conditional permit that was granted in 2015 for topsoil removal, the winds in this area and the lack of dust control measures being taken by the current landowner makes air quality a very serious problem to the surrounding community. Oaklawn Elementary School is located less than a mile north of this operation, and another school and church will be located less than a mile south. Preliminary plan has been approved of the operation, and those students as well as the surrounding community will be susceptible to health issues in regards to this operation. This kind of operation in the proximity to the residential communities is hazardous. Secondly, the application submitted was for a conditional use to establish a sand operation with rock crushing on site currently zoned as single family. The application should have been for a rezoning change as an industrial site because that is what it is. Mr. Yarrow at the DAB meeting kept saying this application is an extension of the existing permit, which it is not. It is all a bunch of lip service, in my opinion, to gain what they want without having to apply for a proper zoning change. It was asked at the DAB meeting to Mr. Yarrow, is it normal to have this type of industrial site / operation so close to a residential neighborhood? And his response was, they try not to. Exactly, because they know it is wrong. If the committee is going to allow an industrial site on a residential zone, what is the point of zoning laws and restrictions? Our own builders of our development we live in at Meadow Lake Beach are Mr. Klassmeyer and Mr. Needens. All three, including Mr. Russell, own this property. Our own builders sold us our homes with no disclosure of the sand operation site. These builders got their money for all these homes and have no regard for us or our families. Who is going to reimburse all of us when our property value decreases as if this site is approved? They have no regard for the nearby school children. The school was not properly informed of the proposed industrial site, and neither was the surrounding neighborhoods that this will affect if approved. Many of us from my neighborhood, including myself, went door to door to inform and educate the surrounding areas of the proposed hazard. It is all about money and no regard for the people that this will affect and all the negative outcomes that approving this site would entail to our neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods. I am sure today Mr. Russell will state that there are no potential hazards, but if you read through my research that I presented from the DAB meeting, you will indeed see that there are health hazards, especially to our children and our elderly and people with already compromised lung diseases. I hope you will consider your community concerns and do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Do we have the information that you presented?
No.
I mean,
The DAB meeting, they did say it was a part of the official transcript, and you can contact them. They'd be able to provide all of that to you.
questions for speaker? Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Jeff Miller, 5505 South Elmhurst Circle. Kind of just going to jump around here because I don't want to touch on everything everybody else did. First thing in the staff report, it says there's no vacant lot, or there's numerous vacant lots in our Meadow Lake Beach, which that's incorrect. There's actually no vacant lots in our development at all. The last 4 houses actually just went up right after this permit was filed, which seems a little odd to me. We bought from the owners of this land next door. So that other permit was going on when this was already going. I mean, you'd think they should have disclosed something that they had plans for this over there. They talked about, Dave Earhout said that the school contacted them, but what about all the parents of the kids? They should know about this too. There's no shoulder or sidewalks on Clifton right across from Oaklawn Elementary. They're gonna run 80 trucks a day, is what we were told, estimated 80 trucks a day. So that's 160 trucks passing the school a day, carrying 22 tons of material, and that's not even the empty truck. So 22 tons of material, they're gonna run 3.5 million pounds of material a day past the school. I was driving behind one yesterday, it almost swerved into the ditch. I mean, it's just crazy to run these by the school like that, We had, in conversation with Jay Russell, he said that currently they use no dust control measures because it's not an everyday operation. I believe my wife will be coming up soon, and there's some pictures from a video that Cake News did a story on, and you can see the wind blowing this dust everywhere. It's absolutely crazy. I think that's pretty much it for me.
Any questions for Mr. Miller? Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Sir Harriman. I live at 5411 South Elmhurst Circle, and I agree with everything that everybody said so far, obviously, but there's something that I want to bring up that hasn't been discussed or said yet. And initially, when we inquired about it, we were told it would be around 2 years, and then we talked to some friends of Jay Russell that he had told them it was going to be 5 years and this and that. Well, this permit is for 7 years with a 3-year extension. The next 10 years, the decision that's made today is going to affect the next 10 years for us. And our homes are our biggest investment that a lot of us have ever made. And we rely on that equity, and we're counting on that for our future. And Jay Russell will be fine without this permit. He still has a year or 2 years, a couple years left on the initial permit that he asked you guys, and you guys were nice enough to grant him back before there were 50 homes in the neighborhood, and hadn't even executed that permit as per what he told you he was going to do. But if this goes through, the effect that it'll have financially on all of our homes could be detrimental to a lot of us. I mean, it could end us, it could ruin us. So like Patty said, we're trusting you guys to do what's in the best interest for us, because we can't stop this, but only you guys can. But that's it. I just want to reiterate the fact that this is a 10-year permit, possibly 10 years, at least 7 years. Any questions?
Questions, speaker?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, my name is Rustin Atkinson. I live at 5531 South Meadowview Court, right along the edge of the plot being surface mined. I am a structural engineer by trade. I've been living in this area since 2009. There are currently 60 homes built with at least 40 of those homes with children under the age of 18. Houses range in the price of $130,000 to $180,000. These are considered entry-level to middle-class homes, and all the lots range in size from 7,000 square feet to a half acre of property. In 2012, about March, a tornado ran through the development, and in that time, that took out 13 trees at the entrance that was supposed to be also taken care of by the developers. To this day, these stumps are still in that location. None of them have been ground down, nor have they been replaced. In addition, the surrounding areas that were supposed to be maintained by the developer have not been mowed. There are several locations where the grasses have grown past the city ordinance of 18 inches, and the only times we have seen them out there mowing those properties is when the residents have called them up directly to have them come out. In regards to the rock pile, the machine shown in that 30-second video is currently stationed at 47th and Oliver in a Peterson construction site, where the rock piles are approximately 30 feet in height. And some of those boulders are ranging, by my estimate, from 800 to 1,000 pounds. And to me, that would be not a wise idea to move those to a site where you have at least 50 to 60 children running around. When they originally rezoned the site in 2015, they did run water trucks for about the first month. After that, I've never seen a water truck out there again. And since that time, the trucks have been pushing daily usage, including the weekends. And even though they are not watering the roadways, they are still tracking dust from the site out to the roadway. There have been at least 2 separate instances that I can account for where drivers have run off to the ditch because of the dirt left on the roadway from the semis. This is not only creating an unsafe situation for nearby residents and people traveling by, but it's also creating dangerous situations for the people working on the site. Given that there is no water control, as these semi-trucks are zooming around the property, they are kicking up dust. And these are fairly large trucks and do not stop on a dime. The reduced visibility increases the chances of an accident and easily someone not being seen between the trucks.
Sir, your time is up.
Okay. That covers the main points I had. I am open to questions. Okay.
Hi, my name is Megan Miller. I live at 5505 South Elmhurst Circle. On the map, our house is right here. My backyard kind of faces all the loveliness that goes on in that field. The reason the owners say they need this permit is because FEMA updated their maps, and there's a new requirement for 2 feet of freeboard. When FEMA updated their maps in 2016, it put more of their land out of the flood zone. Just want to make that clear. And then the 2 foot of freeboard requirement has been a requirement since 2007. We actually, page 19 of the paper that I gave you, it says 19 at the bottom, but that's the actual page from the Sedgwick County resolution that shows that requirement that's been in effect for over 10 years. That's something that the owners should have known, seeing that Richard Needance, Don Klossmeyer are the builders for the neighboring property of Meadow Lake Beach and are also 2 of the 3 members applying for the permit alongside Jay Russell. So if more of the land's out of the flood zone and the freeboard requirement has been in effect for over 10 years, then why are they changing their initial redevelopment plan? That was the whole reason for the application in the first place they were stating. The owners already have a site for rock crushing at 41st Street North and Hoover Road. They already have a place to take these kind of materials, so why don't they just use that site? The owners could complete their current redevelopment plan now. If building homes in front of the property with a lake in the back portion was what they wanted to do, then they could do that with the current permit they have. According to a conversation with Jay Russell, he did say it would take approximately 2 to 3 years. I had that conversation with him myself. So what is the reasoning that they're requesting 7 to 10 years for this permit? The rock crushing portion of this permit does nothing to facilitate the land for redevelopment. Therefore, it shouldn't even be considered in this permit. There was a similar case, a rock crusher near 143rd and Pawnee. The chairman of the commission, David Foster, was quoted saying, "This is a necessary use in the wrong place. If that was the case for a county issue, then how is it not the case for this permit within 200 feet of homes inside the city that will be located in the middle of 2 schools and right next to homes? We, as members of the community, have already had to suffer the effects of this owner's conditional uses, only to be forced into another. How many will we be forced to live with? In denying this requested permit, you will be deciding not to put our most precious resources at risk. Please put the health and safety of the people of this community first, and please do not approve this request for permit." I've handed out a list of concerns as they relate to the golden rules and additional conditions that should be placed on the operation to minimize impacts to the surrounding community. Thank you for your time, and I will show you actual pictures that were provided from the cake segment they ran on this case. Gives pictures, kind of grainy, but that's the dust blowing around the area across the street to our communities. And then I also gave you some printed out pictures of the dust trucks with no covers on them, which I understand that you guys don't enforce that, but it shows that the landowner is not following the current conditions. He doesn't regulate what they do on that site. He's said that they didn't implement dust control measures because it wasn't an everyday operation. They don't follow the conditions now. So when they doubled the size of the operation, should we expect them to follow the conditions then? And I think they said to set the pictures on your desk, and if you just want to pass them around, they can look at the trucks uncovered and the pictures of the dust. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for the speaker?
Excuse me, I actually wanted to point out that the District Advisory Board voted unanimously not to approve this permit. They did that for a reason.
Thank you. Questions? Next speaker, please. Thank you. You gonna pass those around? Next speaker, please. Hey. Yeah. It's, we'll go to rebuttal. Was he at 3 minute, 2 minute rebuttal, please?
Thank you. Again, Russ Avey, agent for the applicant. I'll try to be brief on some of these that were mentioned both today as well as at the District Advisory Board. So to try to put a focus on the issue at hand today, the land use decision at hand today, the reason that we're here for either for the sand extraction use or the reason that we were here 3 years ago for the borrow pit conditional use is because anytime you haul any amount of material off a site for use at another site, you have to have a conditional use. Oftentimes when we prep a piece of land for a subdivision, we're able to try to balance the site, which means the detention ponds that we dig would go into the fill material for the home pad sites, streets, and et cetera. In this situation, we had floodplain, and it limited the number of homes that we could build to the point where it was simply economically not as viable as the material was worth outside for other area construction projects. I believe the opposition did mention the Spirit Project. Absolutely, it went to the Spirit Project, as well as to several other construction projects in the area. So the reason that we're here to begin with is because we're hauling material off-site. The very same backhoe, the very same earth movers, the very same heavy truck traffic could have been rolling up and down this 80 acres in preparation for a subdivision when we do our mass grading. So the operation that has been quantified in pictures is something that could be done today. And of course, the Cake TV news story couldn't have happened, obviously after the end of a 3-month drought period. So I would argue that that is not an everyday typical instance out there. So another fundamentally different thing is, if I recall correctly, a lot of the measures that we have to control dust in a sand extraction operation aren't present in a borrow pit operation.
How much longer?
1 minute and I can summarize, and I'll stand for any other questions.
Okay,
So,
Grant.
safety issues. As you can tell here by the aerial, the Arkansas River is not fenced. So the safety issue is more towards keeping your children, I would imagine, at home, or at least safe. When if this is approved as a sand extraction operation, that does mandate automatic fencing of the site. So again, a lot of these issues will be addressed if and when this is approved for a sand extraction operation. Everything else, I'll just, if there's anything else, I'll just stand for questions. I'm not sure, Jay, if you had any additional comments, or if Mr. Russell could take the rest of my time.
He has 25 seconds.
I want to sum it up real quick. What we're trying to do is that we realize that when we did the issue with Spirit and they were going to take all of the dirt that was off the original drawing, that's not happening in a timely manner. Up until this spring, there was only 4 or 5 times that they hauled out of there in a 2.5-3 year period, and it was with several different contractors. We believe we need to get our arms wrapped around this, get a fence around it. We need to have one manager on site that controls everything that goes on there and get this thing running in a professional operation instead of 4 or 5 different contractors coming in here 2 or 3 times a year and not following the dust control and not following the things that we know are proper ways to do things. But the ultimate goal...
I'm sorry, your time is up, but maybe somebody will have a question that relates to that.
I'd like for him to continue if he could.
Well, we'll have to vote on that. How long?
2 minutes.
Motion to extend his time for 2 minutes.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Mr.
The
Russell.
ultimate goal is we're trying to build a sand pit here that we can build houses around. It's one of the most popular things that we have in West Wichita now. This is one of the few opportunities that we have in this region of Wichita to build this type of facility. Yes, it's going to take us several more years to get it done, but the permit we have right now basically goes on for a substantially long time with an administrative adjustment. So it could go on 20 years at the pace we're going right now. I'd just as soon get it done, over with, get a professional manager on site and control some of the complaints that they've addressed today. I want to say we've never had any violations. No complaints have ever been brought to my attention. All of the complaints have all came up since we filed this second request. And again, all we want to do is get our arms around this thing and run it the way it should be and get it done so we can go build houses around it. And that's what I do. I don't do sand pits. I don't do rock crushers. I build houses around neat pieces of property. That's all I got.
Taking a minute. Questions?
Either one of you, maybe Russ, I don't know. Can you summarize for us what the existing permit is exactly to do and how long it lasts and so forth, Russ? I think it'd be helpful to understand what's...
Sure.
I'm a little confused here after all this is exactly what was allowed to begin with.
So in 2015, this property, the same boundary, so we're still dealing with the same 83 acre property. We came in here after having a preliminary plat approved for what was called Meadow Lake Beach Second Edition. In that particular subdivision design, we had a lake here, and we had a second lake here, and we had homes, standard residential, urban density standard residential design. This site had some topographical uniqueness in that it had a few mounds of topsoil. So there was some hills that we thought, well, we're going to have to move those around for the mass grading anyway. Maybe that's something that would have economic benefit offsite for some, again, for some local construction projects. So we sought and received approval for a borrow pit, basically approximately 20 acres in the center of that application, as shown on the operational plan. Over the time, as Jay Russell just mentioned, there has been hits and misses on, or there has been hits on getting dirt off of this site in various ununified ways, different contractors, different timeframes, different lengths of time on site. So in this circumstance, you know, we have decided that.
And Russ, that was not to get to the water table, right? That was just to remove soil?
So I did not see, no. Actually, I think we've not received any of the information that was handed out by the opposition, but I did see, curious how, obviously we do need a fence because it looked like some people got up and close on our property to take some of these pictures. It looked like a few test holes were dug, but the pictures that we were able to take, as a matter of fact, Chris Rose visited the site 2 weeks ago after a rainstorm, and we submitted that to OCI, MAPCD, Code Compliance Officer Tina Henry, that shows clearly that we're well below the 5-foot minimum that would require us to fence. So with the borrow pit conditional use, there is no fencing requirement until we reach a depth of 5 feet. Under a sand extraction operation, that fencing is a standard requirement of operation, so that would go up immediately.
Who originally had this permit? Mr. Russell, or was it another entity?
Mr. Russell directed both applications to be filed. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is there any other, can you show on your map how the trucks come in and go out and get out to the traffic?
Yeah, oh, it is, I'm sorry. Approximately right at this location. A few hundred feet south of that intersection, actually. The county doesn't like it there from a traffic standpoint. Neighbors obviously didn't care for it since it's so close to their intersection as well. So the original, we originally filed a site plan that maintained the site plan, the plant operation here and utilized that existing drive. After some initial concerns, we obviously, as the site plan now shows, moved that operation to the south with a new drive several thousand, or about a quarter mile south of that intersection, and a few hundred feet, a safe distance north of that new bridge that the county installed.
Section as the trucks come out of the site, do they go to get to the highway? Is there more than one way to get in and out?
Right, so you can go north or south. South takes you into Derby. 55th Street takes you to K15 and then into Derby. I think for the Spirit project that the majority of this dirt has gone off-site to traveled north onto to Clifton. I think
there is more than one way to get out of the property.
There is.
Thank
you. Well, yeah, no, we can only enter and exit off of Clifton.
I'm talking about after you leave the site, to get on the public roads, you can either go south or north.
South or north. South, north, and immediately east, yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Avey? Yeah.
By the name of the addition, the Meadow Lake, is that the old sand pit lake that there used to be swimming and recreation area and around?
That is my understanding. Is it not?
It's not?
What? It is the old sand beach that you're thinking of.
Yeah.
There is another lake on the Russell donation property that's shown here in this picture. That's not Meadow Lake Beach, the old Meadow Lake Beach. This was a water feature designed when we did this subdivision, subsequently taken over by the city of Wichita for open space and drainage purposes.
Is
This.
Is the old Meadow Lake Beach
This way.
recreation, it's where?
Up this way.
Okay.
northwest.
Okay, okay.
Oh, it's this one right here? Okay, my apologies.
That answer your question?
Well, there's already water and a beach and so on that's right near that area anyway then.
Is that fenced? I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
The lady in the audience.
Oh. Any other question?
I'd like to ask her a question.
I hope I can answer it. What is the
My question to you is that lake that's referred to there, is it fenced?
No, in fact, our development is only about a third of the way done. They have not completed, I can't see that map from here, but, hold on. Oh, thank you. Okay, this portion here is all that's completed. And this portion, some of this up here. And the whole rest of it, there's nothing. And the lake is there. The weeds are, I would say, almost as tall as me. And I have kids across the street that are actually going out there and swimming. And I told them, don't go there because there's fire ants there and there's snakes and nobody will go mow it. And so, you know, as you can tell, I'm not too happy about that place. But anyway, it is what it is. I live there. I'm going to fight to help it to be a better place. And, you know, that's why we're here today, is to try to get you to help us.
You answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. McKay?
Somebody made the comment that, one of the speakers, that the whole subdivision was filled now, the last 4 lots were being done. Now, this lady just said that there's nothing up there. Now, I guess I'm confused at what's.
The current phase is what they're referring to.
Okay, all right.
There's another phase of the subdivision or multiple phases that streets hadn't been put in yet.
Just the part where the streets are paved.
Any other questions? Mr. Florence?
The original terms and conditions that was approved back in 2015, was there a fence requirement there?
I think the answer is no.
As I understand it, as long as they didn't go below 5 feet, there was no requirement for fencing.
That is
But
correct.
if they excavated below 5 feet, then they needed fencing.
Please have it quiet. Did you get your question answered or yet?
No, it was too.
Mr. Miller did talk a little bit. Dave?
Yeah. The 2015 permit, which only covered this area that's in the kind of the gray outline. That area was only required to be fenced if they excavated below 5 feet in depth. Otherwise, no, there was not a fencing requirement.
We know what the depth of that right now is?
Well, according to what they just,
Dave, can I also ask you, was there a requirement for a 5-to-1?
no. But that slope requirement is a condition of sand pit operations, not of the borrow pit.
Thank you.
Question for
Mr. Richards?
And that was issued in 15 for a period of how many years, Dave?
I think 5 years.
5 years with a conditional use to continue.
Yeah, it was at least 5. It could have gone a little longer.
And that was 3 years ago?
That was in 2015.
2015.
Any other questions? Foster.
Dave, a couple questions. I want to understand, because of the new requirement for a 2 feet of freeboard relative to the floodplain issue, We've received documentation that that was known in 2007. Could you establish what the standard is?
Well, I know what it is now, and this area was brought in, is now in the city and has been for a number of years. But my understanding, at least from the information we provided from the applicant, was the changes that resulted in the 2016 floodplain laws and all the modifications that occurred, and then their recalculation with respect to the operations that could happen on the property resulted in the change that's gone now. But my understanding is today, and I don't have with me a copy of the floodplain maps, there were some changes that occurred, but
What he's trying to say is the 2-foot freeboard has been there. It's just in 2016 or 15, whenever the new floodplain maps were issued, the boundary moved further east, eating up part of the land, the application area, so that it's now inundated or now covered by the floodplain maps when it was not previously.
There's less buildable area.
He has less buildable area because of the most recent changes. The 2-foot thing may have been there since much earlier, as they say, and Mr. Avey may be able to answer that better than I do, but that's our understanding, is that with the most recent changes, now much more of the land is covered by floodplain than it was previously.
and freeboard becomes an issue when you're filling areas that are mapped as 100-year floodplain. So it's not a question of the standard changing perhaps as much here as it is the area that would be subject to the flooding that's changed as a result of the remapping. I mean, there's a whole bunch that have been, we did not research all that stuff in depth, but if you're on the edge of the floodplain, but you're not in it, you don't have to do a 2-foot rise. It's only if you're filling into a mapped area that it becomes an issue.
Second question is, if the rock crushing aspect is removed from this, describe what activity can occur on the site.
Same operation as sandpit operate, everything except the movement of material into the property and then the occasional placement of, they're proposing to stockpile and to operate everything with the rock crushing operation in the far southeast corner of the property. They'd still be able, if approved, to do the full sand extraction and everything else. They're still proposing a new entryway at this location. Right now, they come in roughly at this location. So nothing would change other than the crushing operation.
And the expansion is how much?
Well, the expansion, you can see the boundary shown on this drawing of the area they're talking about extracting that would become ultimately the lake on which they would build around, as opposed to the boundary of what was done in 2015.
So sand extraction isn't allowed now, Dave?
Well, technically, no. This is supposed to be for topsoil removal and only really get into the fencing, but it covers just this smaller area.
That's why I thought, because I asked the question about the 1 to 5, and you said only if they remove sand, but sand's not allowed to be removed.
Well,
So
it
it's
was, the permit in 2015 was for a borrow pit for topsoil removal.
That's all it's allowed, and that's all it would continue to be allowed if we took out rock crushing.
Well, if you take out rock crushing, this application opens it up for the sand extraction for the much larger area.
Okay, so that would be an additional, still allowable if we approved it.
Yes.
Got it. This has really been confusing. We've certainly have closed the public hearing, and we have it back here to the commission. I guess I would ask, what is the will of the commission at this point in time? Do we want to debate it? Do we want to defer it? What?
I got a question.
Give me some guidance.
I've got another question for the applicant. So Russ, obviously there has to be some topsoil removal before you do the sand extraction.
Sure. So,
and that's a level of 5 or 6 feet? What is the topsoil?
Each site's different, but let's presume that it's 5 feet here. It obviously varies across any property. So the standard operation of a sand pit would go out and do soil borings to see what type of aggregate at what depth, where's groundwater, how deep the pit's going to be. I mean, there's just a number of different factors in preparation for picking a site for sand extraction. And in this situation, and unfortunately, I didn't have any of those pictures in my presentation, but we're hitting some sand pockets at about 4 feet. Some areas that dirt would be at a greater depth. And as I mentioned previously, there were some hills, if you will, some raised elevations of 3 or 4 or 5 feet that did have topsoil, and so those were removed, and everything gets kind of mixed around a little bit there. But by and large, we have maybe 5 feet of topsoil. So in the standard conditions for soil extraction or sand extraction, you will have that spelled out, that borrowed material can be scraped, oftentimes, as it is here, scraped and stockpiled on site, and then utilized as necessary. But you're getting down to that groundwater pit where you can start your dredge and then start the plant operation itself. So that is a separate thing from the soil extraction. Many more standard conditions of approval for a sand pit, very few or fewer for a soil extraction operation, same type of conditional use. And then we have a rock crusher, so that's a third zoning element to this application, ancillary to any of the uses.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Warren.
Got a number of concerns, but I'm going to hit the ones that bother me the most because I think the others can be taken care of. I know that Brian from traffic is here. So my question revolves around that. One, with the road being maintained, part of the road anyhow being maintained by the township, what kind of problems can we expect going forward with this amount of traffic going on it? Is that anything that traffic study does? And then the other question that I have specifically deals with traffic going north through Oak Lawn past the elementary school. If we wanted to restrict truck traffic from going past that school, because that is a relatively narrow road with bar ditches, with a less than desirable, in my mind, traffic light for kids crossing that street. If we just wanted to bar truck traffic through that area, is that something that we could do, and how would we go about doing that?
Brian Kuhn, I'm the traffic engineer for the city of Wichita, 455 North Main. It is possible it could be done in two different ways. One is a covenant with this application. If it's approved, you could attach it that way. The other way it could be done is asking the Wichita City Council to restrict that route as a no trucks route. Both of those could be done.
What would be the easier way to do it? And politically, I mean, every time you go before the city, it's a toss-up on going. If we wanted to make sure that it was one way, could we make it a part of our conditions?
That would be the best way to do it. Currently, Wichita's truck ordinance has some unusual things in it that applied much better in the 1960s than today. So it's probably better to do it as a covenant. And as with regards to truck traffic, traffic engineers generally ignore car traffic because it doesn't load the pavement hardly at all. And a truck compared to an 18,000-pound car is 0.003 of an 18-kip truck. So you completely ignore cars, you look at your truck traffic, and it will have repeated loadings. So pavement inevitably fails with more traffic that you have that is truck and heavier traffic.
Thank you. I guess going forward, if
I might point out that the street itself is actually not in the city of Wichita, so we would be dealing with Sedgwick County. They do have similar ability to restrict truck traffic on their streets. And then the other option that he mentioned, and we have done this in the past on conditional uses, particularly for sand extraction, is dictate as a condition of approval for the sand extraction the route that the trucks must take to and from the site.
To garner my approval, that would be a condition, is that we restrict the traffic going past the school. So anything going north of 55th Street would be a deal killer for me. But anything, if we restricted that, force them out either onto 55th Street towards K-15 or south on Clifton towards 63rd Street, I could live with that, but I wouldn't go for anything that would go north.
Just no truck traffic north of 55th.
North of 55th.
On Clifton.
On Clifton.
And Mr. Chairman, if I might note, it's my understanding that Clifton from 55th south, at least 63rd, is township road. It's not a county road. And so does the county have the ability to even dictate control over township roads of that nature?
I was talking about the road in front of the school, which is
Oh,
north of
okay.
55th.
Yeah, that's true. But from 55th Street south to 63rd is a township road.
Bill?
First of all, I want to thank the audience. I think they were very well prepared. They took their allotted time. We don't always see that, so I do appreciate that. In my opinion, I think I want to approve this so that we do get some regulations on Mr. Russell, and you guys know now what you got to do if it's not followed, and get this mess cleaned up.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion and with some conditions that I expect to be added or deleted from. So this is kind of a starting point. So I would move to approve with the following conditions: that the hours of operations be limited to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. That fence and gate around the operations be included. That we have wording that deals with dust mediation on a regular basis. That we restrict traffic past 55th Street North on Clifton. Those are the main ads. That would be approval with those conditions.
Plus everything else.
Plus the other recommendations of staff.
Would that include the conditions submitted by Boffman for the rock crusher itself?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Bill Johnson. Okay, now we'll have discussion.
So how would you restrict traffic going north there? I mean, what's your definition of restriction?
Technical aspects of how that would be done I would have to defer to staff on how we would do that.
You can make that a condition of the conditional use approval.
In terms of the ability to enforce conditions of a conditional use, and I'm sure this has it, one of the last statements on there is that upon a finding of violation of the conditions of approval, the zoning administrator can declare the conditional use null and void, and they would lose their ability to operate.
Just out of curiosity, could I ask the owner applicant if they could live with those conditions?
Hey, Russell. What was the question?
Could you live with the conditions that Mr. Warren outlined?
Sure, we're in favor of that. When we talked to David Spears, we said that we'd be glad to put signs at the exit saying, don't go northbound or don't go southbound. But my only concern about putting it in here is how do I enforce it? Or are you saying somebody else is going to enforce it? We can put on all the tickets when somebody leaves that says you cannot go north of 55th on Clifton. We can put a sign on our property that says you can't go north of there, but I don't know that I have the ability to actually enforce it.
You're the property owner.
As the property owner, you're the one responsible for the enforcement.
Say that, Dale.
As the property owner, you would be responsible for enforcing the conditions that would be placed on you in terms of approval.
You fire the truck driver that doesn't follow it.
And you're aware I'm not down there that much. I think we need to go through the county or in the city, and we can get a sign that they will authorize to put up there that says no truck traffic north of 55th. A lot of times when I travel around the state, I see those kind of signs that are imposed by the county or the city.
I might point out those restrictions apply to all traffic, not just traffic from this one use.
Okay. Do you have another question?
Yes, I think Dale looks like he's got a thought or a comment. Or not Dale, but Brian. Get my coons mixed up.
Brian Kuhn, traffic engineer. We can work with the applicant and have signs put in that would be just limited to their property, and they'd be placed in the right-of-way at the exit point, so it'd be impossible to leave without seeing them.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're still under discussion. Mr. McKay.
In the readings here that you sent out, it said minimum of 48-inch high fence. To me, that's not a very high fence to go around a piece of property like this.
Don, your mic's not on. Your mic is not on.
Sure.
It's over there.
Push your.
There you go.
No, in the rules here, it says minimum of 48-inch chain link fence. And I'd like to see that be at minimum of 6 feet, if it's all right with the application, people.
Amend my motion.
Second. Okay.
I want to make sure Mr. McKay and I are reading the same thing here. I'm looking at item 4 on the requirements, and it says fence shall be a minimum height of 60 inches and shall be the following types. 48-inch plus, I assume, for the 3 or more strands of barbed wire.
But even 60 inches is not very tall. That's what I'm.
Okay. Okay.
Got to be the minimum is, you're going to put 72 inches in there, that's fine, or 6 feet with what's on the top.
We have a motion and a second, and as amended, Mr. Florence.
I was just wondering about the tarping of the trucks. Can we put some in there to make sure they are tarped when they leave the facility?
That's a requirement, and anybody observing it, that it wasn't being done, would have the right to complain. Again, I assume the property owner would be the first recourse.
We are not going to enforce that.
If they get on the street, the county had to, can give tickets. Thank you. Any other? David.
Three items, Dave. On the rock crushing, what are the limitations on that activity? In terms of how often, are there any? I've been trying to read through the conditions again and get a sense of that, but what requirements are there on the rock crushing? They've done the best they can in terms of locating it, but I'm just concerned about.
Well, in the handout that was provided by Boffin in the packet you received, there are 8 conditions listed there. They've limited hours of operation from 7 to 7. Based on the motion, it would be 6 to 6. Also 8 to 3 on 3 p.m. on Saturdays. No Sundays or legal holidays. They've got to comply with all permit requirements of the state, and I think by default then also EPA. Running a dust suppression operation or watering system during all times the operation is occurring. A watering truck is on site at all times. It's outlined within the materials that they handed out. That is now a part of the motion for approval.
Okay, well, I'm looking at, thanks to Mr. Johnson, I'm looking at it. Rock crusher shall operate no more than 90 days per year.
Yes.
And so that could be 90 days continuous.
Yes.
Question 1. Question 2 is, could you review one more time the length of time? Are we talking 10 years plus?
This application runs for 7 years and has the ability to be extended an additional 3, if I remember right. So yeah, it would be an overall total outside possible 10 years from approval.
You know, I'm thinking of the pictures that we looked at of the homeowners that are looking at this. And
Well, what they're looking at now is the borrow pit. They're not looking at the sand pit operation. Because the conditions of fencing and all the other stuff. Pardon me?
I'm talking the operation in general.
Okay.
And, you know, is it safe to assume that this operation is going to move south and westward away from these homeowners?
Well, if you look at the aerial, where they are now is up in this area. Yes, it would eventually move further to the south and closer to the river.
Rock crushing, are you referring to?
And the rock
No,
crusher.
I don't, the rock crusher, that's very straightforward. It's down in the southeast corner.
Two things would change if this got approved. The rock crusher operation would be at this location. The entrance would move from roughly here to the south end. So there would not be the truck traffic moving in and out at that close to 55th Street. If this gets approved, that would occur. Then you would also see a fence come in around the area here to the north that does not exist now.
I think, Jay, you wanted to clarify something, please.
Is it'll start right there at that corner. You'll set the plant up at that location, and then you start moving the pump back and forth in a arcing method, and you will go out immediately out to where the area's already been excavated and already been the topsoil and overburden's been taken off of it, and we'll consume that. And then from that point, you just work your way further out. The last part of it will probably be down in that southwest corner. But I wanted to throw out another thing that you said. We would like to go in and strip all of the topsoil with a scraper and put it up along that northern boundary and shield off the view of those.
You're talking
in this little area right here. We'd like to put the topsoil there. It typically will be stacked with a scraper about 20 feet tall, and we'll put some grass on it, and it'll be there for quite a long time. That is just an option that will shield them from that view. It should cut down the dust, and we'll have it vegetated, and I think that's a answer to some of the questions. There were some requests to put out a 6-foot concrete wall, and I can't put it in easement, number one, and number two, it's only 6 foot tall. But I can do that, and I think that's an appropriate compromise to get this thing more acceptable. But we never got the opportunity to sit down and talk about any of these things. They decided they didn't want to meet about it, so we didn't get to discuss those kind of things.
So, Jay, if you did the 20-foot berm, I'm giving you credit for calling it a berm, where would the fence go, on the inside or the outside?
The outside of the berm. The berm will be on the inside of the fence.
Mr. Warren, under the Bachman letter, did you see the conditions for the rock crusher? Yes. Do you want to go with the 7 a.m. operation instead of 6?
I can amend my motion to the 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
So just the conditions as written?
Use our, as presented.
And Mr. Johnson, you accept that, right? Okay, Mr. Foster.
Just for clarification, so the motion includes the conditions that we received today.
Yes.
Includes the staff
recommendations,
items, and
other items that Mr. Warren brought up.
Traffic, and then now the concept of buffering from the north. I don't think that's in there.
Yeah, Mr. Russell just mentioned that he'd like to do that, but do you want to add that to your?
Would I add that as a part of my motion?
I'd second it.
And then, did someone mention that there's the tarping, where's the tarping issue covered?
My understanding is that tarping is a requirement under state law on any trucks that are hauling material. Once they get onto public roads, that's an enforcement of law enforcement.
I think we got things covered here.
Any other questions? Any other further discussion? Uh-oh.
I've got a question for staff. On the limitation of hours on the operation, now, is the operation of the rock crusher or the rock and the sand pit?
Both.
Both.
And
With the limitation on the rock crusher of only 90 days of the year.
No, but the hours, what I was talking about, does
Yes,
it cover the sand pit
he amended his
also?
motion to match what was proposed.
It's 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 3 on Saturdays, no legal holidays, no Sundays.
So 8 a.m. till 3 on Saturdays.
Or 8 a.m., yeah.
Well, my question is, does operation mean pumping only or pumping and
Whatever it
loading
is.
after it's already out in a pile and you can load it with a high loader after that? What is that?
During the hours of operation, they can do anything that's authorized by the conditional use. It's not, doesn't restrict the rock crusher, it's all the same.
No, I'm talking about the sand pit itself.
Well, they can run, that's all part of the operations.
What does operations mean?
Extraction of the sand, or it could be loading the trucks, it could be moving the trucks off-site, anything at all associated with the operation.
I just wanted to know for sure, and they know for sure. You don't load after 6 o'clock then.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Foster.
Just a timing question. This concept of the buffering is new information, and I wonder if that needs a timing, like within 6 months of commencement, or, you know, it could happen 10 years from now. So I just wonder if that needs to be considered.
I think, how about making it at the start of sand extraction or rock crushing, whichever one comes first?
Can Mr. Russell come and give us an idea of what he can do?
I think he offered to do it immediately.
I'll be happy if we put the berm up, and then the very last thing we do when we close this operation down, we'll pull that berm down at the very last. I think that's a good idea.
I think the question is, how soon can you get the berm put into place? What kind of time frame?
90 days. I wanted to elaborate on one other thing on the concrete crusher. What really happens with it is they bring all this material back in, and once it gets a big enough pile, and they have a limited amount of space where they can put it, but once the pile gets big enough, they bring in this portable crusher, and they crush it for 4 or 5 days, and then they're gone until enough of it gets built. So there won't be any situation where it runs continuously for 90 days. It's usually about a week at a time.
Okay. I think we're ready to vote. No, we're not, I guess.
Could you come forward for a question, please? My question is, you know, earth berming has made these tough projects possible in the past, and if this earth berm is in place to help shield the operation for you, would you want that berm to stay in place?
I would want it to be there forever.
Even after the new residences are built?
Yes. And there's a beautiful stand of trees right there at the northeast corner that I would hope that they don't ever take those down. We have hawks' nests and things in those trees, and really it's the only thing that's nice to look at from my house, because I can see that whole operation from my house from front to back. So I would want the berm to be there for eternity. I wouldn't ever want it to go away.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I have an opinion about that, I guess. The berm would actually take up part of the buildable lots.
It's not a part of I wouldn't amend my motion.
All right. Unless you want to do an amended motion.
I mean, there's
You're
such
okay.
little developable area here that,
Right.
you know.
Okay, the motion stands as stated, and its second is in place. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I think we ended up with a compromise, and thank you. We're on to the next item. Anybody want to take a break? If you want to go on a break, just take it on your own. Thank you. Case number 5, which is, somebody had a question about that. Well, you wanted to hear it, or is there a question? You'd like to hear it?
Yes, she wants to hear it.
Well, she wants to say something.
Oh, she's the applicant.
Are you the applicant?
You don't need to. I got it.
There you go.
Says that she agrees with the comments of the staff.
Can we proceed on without hearing the case? Okay. We have a motion on item 5.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Motion by Cindy and second by Lowell. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
One abstention.
We need him.
Oh, but he abstained.
We're okay.
because he's not here.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Then
See, if
build
you
your
started
apartment.
talking, we might have asked all kinds of questions. Okay, item number 6. We will hear. Dave,
Yes, sir.
you have as long as you'd like.
I hope to make it short. Conditional use number 2018-20 is a request submitted by Chisholm Trail Saddle Club, the landowner, and what was Westar. I don't know what they call themselves now, but what they're asking for is a conditional use permit for essentially a laydown yard. It's in the zoning code as a major utility operation on property that is located at the Saddle Club land. They own 20 acres on the east side of 167th Street West. You can see on the aerial here, or on the map, we have 87th Street south on the north. 95th Street South is on the south side. We're right at the half-mile line. The lease that the Westar has taken covers about 5 acres in the outer donut ring on this map. The hole in the middle is essentially the arena facility that will not be used. It's the outer portion of that is encompassed with what they're doing. You can see on the aerial a little better. The intent that Westar is indicating is that they want to use this outer area for the storage and placement of poles, cables on spools, a handful of other materials that will be involved. Just to the north, at the corner of 87th and 167th Street is the location of a major substation that Westar has. And so my understanding is they're in the process of reconstructing and improving the transmission line from this substation to one over by Biola and eventually down to Conway Springs area, from what some of the material that I've received has indicated is what will be occurring. You can see the larger location in respect to the comprehensive plan of where this locates, and Clearwater is to the south and east of this location. This is a more detailed map provided by Westar showing the boundary of what it is they have proposed in relationship to the entire property of 20 acres that the Saddle Club owns at this location. Again, that's the same thing, only just on a plain piece of paper. This is an aerial. I'm looking east from 167th Street towards this. You can see the arena area with some of the grandstands and other improvements that the Saddle Club has put at the property. Another one is kind of looking north and east. I'm at the south end of the property, looking at north and east, and it is in roughly this area, and then around behind is where the intention is for the placement of the material to be used by Westar while they build the line. This is further north to the east of the entrance into this property coming off of 187th Street is here, and you can see the property on further to the north on the adjoining land. Again, kind of a view. This is the existing parking lot immediately on the east side of the 167th Street, and you can see the edge again of the arena facility. This is looking, again, kind of the south end of the property. I'm looking northwest. This is the home that's immediately across the street west from the Saddle Club's property. I've got a different shot of that. This is looking north along 167th Street. You can see the condition of the road as it moves north. This is one looking essentially just to the south, same 167th Street looking south. From the southwest corner of the property, I'm looking southwest from the site. You can see we have a plowed field south of the property on which the home was located. Another shot looking north. This is the entryway into the Saddle Club property. And roughly from that location, I'm looking northwest, and you can see the crop ground to the northwest of the property. That is looking directly west from the entrance. And again, you can see the home on the west side of 167th Street. Probably the best one to go back to is that one. According to the information that I've received from the applicants and from Westar, they intend to be only on this side about a year. And then they will no longer store material on site. Their operations plan include placing gravel in the areas that they will be occupying and using on a regular basis, so we're not mudding up the location for where they place the poles and the spools and other cables. My understanding and the information provided and verified from the Saddle Club is the intent when Westar is done, they'll leave the graveled area there so that in essence, the Saddle Club will have more area for parking and whatnot that will look more like the current parking lot area that they have. Staff is recommending approval, subject to the requirement that the site be restored or put back in condition at the conclusion. The duration would be just for as long as Westar absolutely needs to be there, which they're saying is only a year, and that the reclamation be to the satisfaction of the landowner based on what we've just indicated. I did provide you copies of a series of letters that we received by email just within the last day or two, and that information was provided to you today, so you can scan through. I don't know if that Mr. Champa is here or not. Yes, he is. I'll let him address that information, but at least you have a copy of that material that he had communicated beginning much further in history than what we were aware of this, because I think your dates go back to couple years or however long there's been dialogue with respect to this. So that's the summation. We're recommending approval with the conditions as outlined. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
So Dave, is this property that the Westar is using, is it owned by the Rodeo Club?
Yes.
And they have approved this?
Yes. They are the applicant. They signed the application. Yes.
Bill?
Okay, Mr. Urott, you said that part of the requirements it would be put back in its original state. Wouldn't that mean that the rock's removed?
Well, we indicated it would be put back in based on the agreement with the landowner. We'd made the presumption that the landowner did not want that material left there. Then we found out afterwards, wrote the staff report, no, they weren't. And so our recommendation is basically to have it restored based on the reclamation or restoration or requirements of the lease agreement between the Saddle Club and Westar.
How much rock's there now, you know?
No, I don't. I've got no quantification.
About 5 acres is quite a bit more. How will that be maintained?
Any
By,
indication?
by West Star or by the Saddle Club?
I'm thinking after they're gone, who will maintain that?
It'd be the Saddle Club's landowner's responsibility to maintain.
That'd be part of the conditional use requirement?
Well, the conditional use is for the use by West Star, so.
Okay. Any other questions of staff before we go to the owner applicant? Mr.
This
McKay?
letter that you handed out today, we can't make that part of the condition. That's an
No, those, the material provided you today is from a gentleman that is here to speak, and just copies that we just got a couple of days ago.
We'll go to that. We'll get to that. Any other questions for staff? If not, owner applicant, please. You have 10 minutes.
Is there anybody here from West Star?
Or anybody here from Rodeo?
The rodeo facility?
I mean, that's supporting
Okay.
this. That's supporting it.
Thanks, I'm Ryan Carrick, 9110 South 163rd. I live directly east of the Saddle Club. I'm the former president of the Saddle Club last year when this all started and took place, and I decided to stay in effect with it. The Saddle Club got approached with this in December of last year, and it was talked about and voted on if West Star wanted to lease 5 acres for a laydown yard. The gravel parking lot that you can see in the pictures, they actually put that down already, and then that's when we got the stop work order deal, and West Star and ourselves found out we had to go through this process. At that time, we started the process of the application. Other than that, they're talking about putting rock down where they did, and there's about 1 acre of rock now, and they're talking about putting down 3 to 4 acres of rock down the south side of the property.
Cable?
What's that?
Where the cable storage is?
Yes.
And how about where the pole storage is?
The pole storage, that's up by 167th Street, correct? Is that? Hand me that. I don't have my glasses.
Dave, where's the pole storage?
I don't have anything that shows specifically a differentiation between pole and cable. My understanding is
I got cable structures, equipment, parking, equipment.
Okay.
I assume the structures meant poles, so
Yeah. Apparently, based on the drawing he's showing me, some of the pole material would be stored up in this north area. Cabling and all that will happen primarily on the south side. You can see from this picture or aerial, this area, because here's the arena area, that it's the rocking of this area that's shown in this aerial has occurred since this aerial photo was taken. So they will be putting a more pronounced area of rock around the south side of the arena. And I presume they'll also gravel some area on the north side to be able to get vehicles in, and they'll place the poles in that area based on what they're showing.
Okay. Anything else from the owner applicant?
I don't have anything at this time.
Any questions for the owner applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to comment period from the audience. Who would like to speak on this item?
Thank you. My name is Mike Champa. I'm the one that lives directly west of the rodeo ground. My home is about 500 feet from the yard they put in last December. I've lived there for 24 years. I've been an 8-year member of the club. I've supported the club for 24 years. We have never had an issue until this last November. Some of the people sitting in the audience taught my kids how to ride. I was really disappointed that they tried to put this in without talking to any of the community members. Their intention was to put this yard in with Westar and use it and leave this gravel, 5 acres of gravel for the residents. Now, you call them owners, I don't call them owners. They are caretakers of a recreational facility, club members that have been passed down since that club's been there in 1973. And eventually, these members will not be the owners of the club. It will be passed on and on. It's a recreational facility. It's
Structure.
Pardon?
What's the legal structure?
I'm sorry, your mic isn't, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I say, what is the legal structure of the entity that owns the arena?
Their club actually pays the taxes, and the club and the grounds the 20 acres was bought in 1973 by the original Saddle Club members, and they continued to pay the taxes on it. So that's who actually owns it. If it ever goes to sale, according to their own bylaws, it goes to charity. It does not go to any of the members. So as soon as it ceases to become a recreational facility and they choose to sell it as a club, I just spoke with one of the senior members. He says it goes to charity of their choice. No one profits from the sale of it, but it's still all zoned rural residential out in that area, and and not only that, but it's a tax subsidized Clearwater recreational facility. I was the recreational chairman for 16 years in Clearwater, and we supported them with $2,000 to $4,000 in funds over the last 5 years. It's a tax subsidized recreational facility, and it was never intended for commercial use.
Are you operating under a 501? You talk about bylaws. Are you operating under a 501c3?
Well, they're a nonprofit organization.
Okay,
A
so you
complete
are
nonprofit organization. They pay no taxes. It's a recreational facility for rodeo and equine recreation. The Chisholm Trail 150th anniversary stop there. They have fun shows for kids that do barrel racing, pole racing. They do barrel racing circuit comes through there. They have youth rodeo. They have a handicap rodeo they've had annually. They've never had any commercial activity there. I've always supported them, even after I disjoined the club just due to lack of use, but I support them with tractor use. I donated hay for their rodeo. I've been a good neighbor to them, and the opposition is not to Westar. We know that we don't have the authority to stop eminent domain, but there's so much ground out there that's closer to that substation that Westar could have chosen. But the reason they chose this site is their current president is the Asplin yard supervisor that builds for Westar. And they worked something out because Westar never would have chose that site to shut down a recreational facility. I have them, they have poles that run through my property. I work with them continually over the years. They're always punctual, cooperative, compensating. This doesn't sound like a Westar project to me. Something happened where they worked with this Asplin yard supervisor, who's the president of the club, whose wife is the secretary, whose mother-in-law is the treasurer, whose father-in-law is sitting right over here, and it's a family type deal, a low membership, and they're somehow working together to get this into our area, and then they want to leave it. And if anybody has lived next to a 5-acre gravel yard that is semi-maintained, in 2 years that's going to be full of weeds, and it's going to be unsightly. It's going to devalue the property in our area. So if there's any other questions, I tried to work with the letters I have are conversations I had with the rodeo club, one member, and the only reason I documented them and gave them to him so we could take them back to the club, discuss them, vote on them. And they did that, and they completely didn't want to compromise anything. The only thing that we wanted to do is essentially take that gravel out of there, put it back to grass when they're done, and don't leave it for potential future rental use in the future.
Okay. Any questions?
Any other questions? Yes.
Want to make sure, just want to make sure everybody understands that we have in front of us one of our handouts. You've got 7 items on a list that it notes conditions of support. Is that correct? We've got that info from you?
That was, at that time, before they denied it, I asked if we could work together and compromise, and one of the top items was I wanted a specific, how big the yard was, the location, and I wanted to remove all that gravel once they were done. I wanted to rejoin the club to be a voting member to maybe keep this thing focused more towards rodeo again and not let it go down the path of commercial use. And there's some other items on there, I think, at one time that we tried to compromise, but they were all rejected by the rodeo club, and they wanted to leave that gravel.
Just to look at these conditions, I do have one question.
Okay.
5 acres seems a little strong for a facility like this to leave as gravel. What amount of gravel would, or what amount of parking area would be appropriate for a facility like this?
Well, in my estimation, living there 24 years, they have never had 5 acres of parking on that facility. Now, when they have their big rodeo, maybe once a year, they may come to the point where they would have enough trucks and trailers and cars to maybe fill up, not 5 acres, but close to it. But another note I would like to make, the people that come in with trailers and horses do not like to park on the gravel. Only the automobiles park on the gravel. They had a barrel race there just the other day. There were about 30 trucks and trailers with horses, and they have that 1 acre yard that they put in at the expense of West Star Asplin in December. I'm not sure who bought it, but the rodeo club couldn't afford it, so they must have already put it in with the assumption that they were going to get this conditional use permit. But not one trailer was parked. They all parked on the grassy areas because that's where they like to saddle their horses and prepare for their event. And not only the events that go on in the arena, but outside the arena is used probably more than inside the arena by recreational riding that this will completely detriment, because no one will ride their horses around on the gravel. So to leave that gravel in a saddle, completely encircling the saddle club arena is not conducive to rodeo or equine events, recreational events.
Thank you.
We certainly can approve this if we want to, with the condition that the gravel be removed.
Question. So let me understand, perhaps your real concern here is what may follow this is done?
Well, that is one concern, but that is one major concern, because not only do, like Rod Hobart, Alan Pitcher, and some of the neighbors that are opposed to this, we have to live with this. These club members may be gone next year. They don't live in the area.
Okay, I understand
But
that.
one of the main concerns we have is the water flows to the south. Rod Hobart lives directly to the north. He's concerned that building up this gravel may back up the water on him. We live in a very flat area. I'm working now with the township to rebuild my side of the ditch so the water flows generally down the ditch better. It's a concern we have to deal with. We get a 2-inch rain there, and we have 10 tractor trailers or trucks go up and down that road. That dirt road is destroyed. We have had a commercial business, Dan Patton, some of you may know, lived on that road, and he drove trucks up and down there. When we had a 1-inch rain in the morning, that road is completely almost destroyed to the point where you cannot drive a small car on it. We talked to Max Jaden, our township commissioner, and he strongly expressed his concern about that road is not designed for heavy tractor truck use. And he's the one that initially called the county to see if they had applied for a conditional use permit before they started using that property, and they had not. And he informed us of Kelly Dixon's name, and we've been working with Kelly, and there's some letters that we worked with there with Kelly. He's been very supportive of the neighbors in the area and the process that we're going through right now. So that's all we're doing. We just want them to follow the zoning laws like we follow the zoning laws in our rural residential area.
Well, I guess I'm confused then. Number one, you understand if there's another use, they have to come back for a conditional use. The only approval here is for Westar to use this. Okay, this doesn't apply to anything else, so they'd have to come back before this body for another conditional approval. What I heard you earlier talking about was concern about the rock. Now I'm hearing you say you don't want it at all because of roads and other kinds of things. Which is?
Optimally, we would not like, the residents, most of the residents in the area would not like to have it at all. The ones that live on 167th, Rod Hober and I, do not want it all due to the traffic, due to the destroying of the road. One rain, if the commission decides that they would pass this, we would strongly hope that you would have them remove it and put it back to the grass condition, because we know what an unmaintained or semi-maintained 5-acre facility that's gravel would look like in 2 years. I've seen other construction sites. They have a low membership. They do an exceptional job of maintaining it for the amount of people that the 10 or so people or families they have. But we look at that thing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. They come over there maybe 16 to 24 times a year for events that range from 2 to 4 hours. And you know, they maintain it well before their fall rodeo, and they've been mowing it recently. So they do it as good as they can, but I know 5 acres is going to be very difficult to maintain and keep the weeds, and it's just going to be an eyesore and a detriment to the value of our property out there.
I guess what I'm struggling with here is on what basis would we deny it? I mean, the property owner has the right to put gravel in, right? So, yeah. Well, let's, any other questions for the speaker?
I've got a comment, but not for the speaker.
Yeah. Well, we'll hold the comments, I guess.
But it has to do with future speakers.
No more questions?
No more questions. Yes.
I want to, for those that you come to speak, I want to hear everything that you have to say that has to do with whether or not you think this should or should not be approved. But I'm not interested in the politics of the rodeo club. I'm not interested in what, the rodeo club is going to do in the future. So if you've got an objection to this, give me the reasons for that objection. But the fact that it may or may not be used, I mean, that's an internal politics that I don't want to get involved with. It's not our job. So if you don't want it, tell me why. If you do want it, tell me why. But leave the club out of it, as far as I'm concerned. That's not relevant. That's a club deal.
The chair would agree to that, to those comments. Next speaker, please. Go ahead. Bill?
Yes, I'm curious if Westar's the applicant and they don't show up. I find that ironic because they're usually here.
Yeah.
Any idea?
Dave? Just a minute, sir.
The original applicant is no longer with Westar. We do have a communication link, and Scott, help me with the name. I forgot. Cindy something.
Cindy Risch with Westar, who's listed.
Yeah, and we did communicate with her. They were fully aware of the case today.
They're actually the applicant, not the rodeo club.
They are the agent, but the application is also signed by the Rotary Club.
So either one could speak as the owner agent. Yeah. Yeah. So I think the proper person is here. So next speaker. It would have helped for Westar.
It shows which now.
My name is Curtis Cherney. I live at 9052 South, 163rd Street, Circle West. That one. there's always two sides to the story, I guess. There's going to be some benefits to this. Money. There's going to be rent paid. There's going to be various things. And in my opinion, I would like to see the benefits go to the Saddle Club where more than one person uses the property. And also the parking lot thing. I've heard different people talk about when, I'm not even part of the rodeo. I just live over here. They complain about when they have a rodeo and it gets a rainy day, all that turns into mush and mud. And so they was wanting to keep the parking lot for that purpose. Now, riding horses, they got this whole area over here that they can ride all around on that. And when the rodeo's going on, they're riding up and down the road. I don't see why anybody's hollering about rock. So I'm just kind of, who gets the most benefits? West Star will be the benefit. They don't have to tear it all out. They'll get a benefit. The rodeo group will get a benefit because they'll have a larger parking lot to take care of the time when they do have a big group of people there, which isn't very often. And there was other complaints also about lighting and stuff, which I've found out now is not going to happen. So, a lot of the complaints that I heard are just no longer there. I'm just kind of wanting the most people to get the benefit out of it instead of just one individual or two. West Star is going to do this. They're going to have a laydown lot somewhere. Where's it going to be if it's not here? On somebody's individual property? I don't want to go there. Then we're talking about who gets the money in their pocket. So I'm just more for the Saddle Club benefiting and being able to get the extra parking lot, the West Star benefiting, so they don't have to tear all that back out. About all I have to say.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you for your opinion, sir.
That's what it is.
Next speaker. Just jump up.
Hello.
Confiscate that, bailiff.
My name is Sam Matthews. I live at 5803 South 199th Street West. I've been in the Saddle Club for 35 years. The rock that we're talking about keeping is in an area where if we get any rain, we have a rodeo there or any event, we have had trucks parked stuck in there that took big tractors to pull them out. We got an opportunity. Was no body that was involved that is trying to pull anything. West Star talked about putting out a one of these lay-down yards. They were told that we would be interested in that. That's how it came about. My son-in-law works for Asplin. He was not instrumental in this. He introduced them to us. We talked to West Star. That's how it all got started. We did not go to all the neighbors and talk to them. At the point, we didn't think it was necessary. It was going to benefit us all. We didn't think it was necessary to go to each individual person and talk to them. Hindsight says maybe we should have. We didn't do it maliciously. We didn't do it behind their backs. We just thought we were doing the right thing. We would like to see the rock left there. The rock that we have out there now is a big asset to us. The parking area, Mike was talking about the fact that people don't like to put their horses on rock. There's a big arena over in Derby. They hold a lot of horse events over there. Their parking lot is total rock. They park on it for 4 or 5 hours, they go. They're gone. You go down to the Lazy Arena, if you don't rent a stall, you put your horses on asphalt. It's not for a long period of time. People do it all the time. If you go out in the country, you will see people riding up and down these gravel roads with their horses. If you're not going to put them on there full time, it doesn't hurt them. People don't mind it. If there's grass, absolutely they're going to put them on grass. Some of them are just that way. Other people are going to park over there where they're not going to get stuck. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? All right, next speaker. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Alan Pitcher. My address is 9152 South 163rd, which is, I'm located right there. I first heard about the Saddle Club's intent to put a laydown yard there back in December from Mike, and we exchanged thoughts about that, and we decided to have a sit down with Sam from the Saddle Club to see if we couldn't work things out. Before we had that sit down, I'd contacted the county. Kelly Dixon was who I got in contact with, and we discovered that they needed to have the conditional use permit. And so when we sat down with Sam, we met over at Mike's place one evening, I think it was in December. Mike shared some of his concerns. I did some of mine as well. We discussed some of the benefits to the Saddle Club. And so Mike put together a list of conditions. I think you've seen a list of that. And we also mentioned that they were going to need a laydown, or I'm sorry, a conditional use permit for that. And there was no, we could see no desire for them to, that they wanted to pursue that, and they were going to go ahead and do it anyway without the permit. And I contacted West Star directly and asked them about that, if they knew that they'd applied for a permit. They said no, they hadn't. That was the Saddle Club's responsibility. So my instructions for Kelly Dixon were that when the trucks show up, to give them a call, and that's when they went out and put that stop order on it. So they knew that permit was required. At some point, we told them before they started doing the work, and so that's when the stop permit came into play, and that's why we're here today. So I am generally opposed to it, but I could be in favor of it with just a few conditions. Some of them have already been mentioned here today. I don't want to get too repetitive, but an end date. And I've heard one mentioned today. This is the first I've heard of an end date. That would be a good idea. They're talking about a laydown yard. Equipment and materials that belong to West Star is very expensive. I assume there's going to be some security involved. I've asked about fences and lights. Nobody seems to say there's going to be any fences or lights. That's a concern of mine because lights on all night. I can see them from my house. They reflect into my house. When they have rodeos, the lights shine over there into my house. I don't ever complain about it. I know they only meet about once a month or twice a month in summertime. It's not a big deal, but if there was going to be lights over there for security, I'm definitely opposed to that because I don't want lights on all night long for the next, end of the year or a year. I moved out in the country to get away from the lights. And same thing with the fences. Haven't heard any discussion of fences. I would like that to be a condition. No fences, no lights. Because after the West Star's gone, I don't believe there's going to be any motivation to take the fences down. The gravel, yeah, I could go either way on it, but I think there's some good points to be made about maintenance of the gravel after West Star's gone. It can tend to turn into wheat field. So
Time's up. Can you kind of?
I only thing I'd add, just 10 seconds. There are two other residents that aren't here that I've discussed with that they can't because of work. They are in agreement with me as well on this. So, any questions?
Yes. Could you take the mouse and show us where you live?
I'm sorry. I live right there.
Thank you. Questions? Next speaker. No more speakers. We'll bring it back to the commission.
Don't we have rebuttal?
Rebuttal?
Yeah, we'll bring it back to commission, and then we'll ask for rebuttal, but there are, well, actually, the president of the, sir, what was your name? You're president of the board, or chairman of the board?
I'm chairman of the board this year.
You're the proper person to give a rebuttal.
Okay. The only thing that I've got is the rock would benefit us in the fact of parking trucks and trailers during our big rodeo. As far as maintenance goes, we take care and mow the grass now, It's not gonna be any more work for us to spray the rock than it is to mow it. Other than that, is there any other questions?
And I believe. I think we're timed out. It's in support.
I guess it's over because
It's 4
the
o'clock.
mics don't work, so we can go home. Hot dog. Is there an absolute time limit we could put on this? I mean, the Westar's not here, unfortunately, but
It was,
is it
the
12
lease
months?
agreement was 18 months from
18
December.
Okay,
So it should
so
be
we
over in July or June of 2019.
So it would be appropriate to put an 18-month time limit on it, perhaps. Okay.
2020, right?
No, it'd be 19. We've only got 1 year left from now on the lease.
Started.
It started in December and will run through July or June of 2019.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the speaker?
Your battery's died.
Mr. Johnson?
I noticed that you say that's about a 1 acre that's already rocked there.
Correct.
But so there'll be 5 additional or 4 additional acres? that
4
will be-
additional. There was only going to be 5 total. At one time, we had a map that showed the rock was going to run back to this corner here, back over to about here, and run even with the end of the arena drive there. And then this area up here was going to be rocked. And that's as far as the rock was supposed to go. They weren't going to do the entire 5 acres of rock.
What changed their mind?
That was the original proposal, was that area. But they leased the 5 acre square so they could
I guess what
continue
I'm curious about, would you be opposed to having them remove anything beyond the area that's to the south and to the west that's going to be rocked, once they're done with it?
I'd have to go to the club with that decision. I can't make that one today. I don't see the club having a problem with it. If we could keep the rock on the south side and the west side, I think they would be happy with that.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
What about, he mentioned something about fencing and lights. Is there an issue out there now?
That was up to West Star. They were going to put up street light type lights at the entrance and up where they park the equipment. It wouldn't be directional lighting. It would be directional towards the ground, not towards anybody else's house. There's a light there now. I live right here, and you can hardly see the light that is right over here at night. It puts out quite a bit of light on the ground, but it's one of the new LED. There's no globe on the bottom, so it doesn't really direct any light outward.
Any other questions? Thank you. Something else you wanted to add, Dave?
Well, my communication verbally with Westar, with Cindy, was that they had no real intentions to put security fencing or security lighting around this operation because it's temporary. And as a result, I think the concerns that there would be fencing and a bunch of lighting that would be left there is not part of the record based on what they had told me would occur. I wish they were able to be here because they're in a better position to address that stuff. But the key thing was that and I think their intention is to be out of there even before this time next year, because they're working. Their intention is to get rolling on this transmission line from the substation to the north, going west as rapidly as possible.
One thing on the fencing is Westar did put in fencing from this point to this point. We have the overhead gate at the drive. They did put in 4-strand smooth wire from point to point as a security deterrent. They have not said anything about putting it down the south side or the east side of the property at this time.
Sir, is there any equipment stored on the site presently?
No.
They haven't really started using it in the manner they want to.
Correct.
Any other questions? No. We've been so lenient here today. I'd like to ask you, sir, in the audience, if you'd come forward, I'd like to ask you if you agree with what he just said.
Mr. Champa, if you'll go to the microphone, please.
Please limit your answer to my question for 30 seconds.
What was your question?
And do you have anything to say in response to what the speaker just
About the fencing and the existing yard. The existing yard that they put in December is already outside the boundary that's noted on here. It comes all the way up to 167th, and the boundary that they say they're going to put the gravel, it's already outside that. The permanent fence they put along the road, as I was working with the township in improving the flow of the water down my side, they noticed that the fence was, that permanent fence was 9 feet into the 167th easement of 60 feet. So there's an issue I know it's an outside issue, but it's West Star's fence and it's in the easement right now. So that's just two things that I wanted to note about that comment.
Any other questions? We'll bring it back to Mr. McKay.
Make a motion.
We're bringing it back to the commission.
I'd like to make a motion, we approve subject to staff comments. The only thing that I have is a time element on it. And their lease is for 18 months. And we're 6 months into the 18 months. So 18 months from this date or 18 months from their agreement.
The way I understood it was 18 months from the start of the agreement.
Their lease ran 18 months, and it was, the lease with Saddle Club, as I understand, occurred in December of last year.
So we're 6 months into the 18 months already.
Yes.
I guess my question is, a year to be able to suffice what they're talking about? You said they thought it'd be out of there before that.
Their expectation is to be out even before the end of this year. That's what I was verbally told.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
That's the first thing we agreed on today.
I think we'll give that to Mr. Dool. Now we have a discussion period, and I saw Mr. Foster first.
Oh, okay. Dave, do we have within our purview to make a requirement to get that fence where it ought to be, out of the right-of-way?
Well, if they have a fence currently within the right-of-way, then it's not properly there. There's no fence permit requirements to place a fence, so.
I think that because that's in the right of way, it's out of the purview of planning and zoning. And it'd also be a township issue. The township could enforce that and they could remove obstructions in the right of way. So I think it's probably outside of this purview.
And the second item would be, I think we've touched upon the idea that 5 acres of rock is a little bit strong. And the applicant has mentioned they're satisfied with rock remaining to the south and to the west. And the township obviously is having some road issues there. In a perfect situation, I could see reducing the rock upon decommissioning the site and actually working something out with the township. They could relocate some of that rock to the roadway there. But anyway, I'd like to see a reduction in the amount of rock in the motion.
Based upon what this says here, the areas that he showed us that they're going to put rock in, it's only like 3.5 acres.
And I think Dave said it was less than 5. Or
Well,
going off of this map here that's got the acreage on it and where he said it was. Yeah, so that's what I figured.
3.5 acres, okay, Dave? All right. Mr. Warren.
Rodeo Club owns the land. If they wanted to rock this thing with their own money forever, they could do it.
Right.
So it's rock on their land. If they want to remove it or they want to require Westar to remove it, they can do that if they don't want to do it. It's their land, they can do with it what they want.
I think we're getting into it.
Basically, our job is the use. Are we gonna let them use it or not? What they put down on the ground. If it's legal, they're not planting marijuana.
Hold on.
We have a motion, second.
Dave, on behalf of the commission here, I would encourage you to talk to Westar and tell them they need to be here for these kinds of things. My suspicion is the reason they're not here is because they started this without a permit when they knew they needed one.
Well, there's all kinds of moving parts to this because the individual that assigned the application is no longer with Westar.
But that's not our problem.
I
That's
know.
Westar's problem. But I think if you could,
we will
communicate
pass
with
the
them that,
information on to them in the follow-up letter.
Yeah, they need to show up, and I
Yes.
suspect I know why they weren't here. So,
Mr. Foster.
Well, the folks that are handling this are coming out of the Topeka office, and so they're not Wichita. So that's no excuse. It's just a fact.
Being no other discussion, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Passes unanimously. That's 5, 6, 10, 10-0. Okay, now we're on number 7, which is PUD 218 quadruple 02. And Dave, you're up again.
Yes, I am.
How do you get all these?
You talked to Dale and Scott about that.
Why we hired him?
Is there anybody in the audience that wants to talk about number 7?
Yes, I know we have some folks that are here. Yes, we do. I will be brief in my presentation. This is the application submitted by the Kansas Food Bank for a proposed expansion of their facility that's at 1919 East Douglas at the corner of Douglas and Minneapolis. We also have Minnesota Street that's on the east side of the property that butts up to I-135. What's happened is the food bank has acquired the 4 lots that did have homes on them south of their current operation that are currently Zone B multifamily. The board will recall we've had a plat come through recently and replat this area into a single lot, but also it resulted in the vacation and elimination of part of the alley. There was a subsequent rededication of utility easements to accommodate some utilities that were in this area. That's all been worked out with the city and all the utility companies. And the plat is presently working its way through. Because of the expansion they desire to do, it was determined it made sense to rezone this as a PUD. When this originally was put into place a number of years ago, there was a protective overlay. That's why you see on the aerial the PO number. That's outlined. Those conditions are outlined in your staff report. This also later, when the PO got established, it was tied to a rezoning to LI Limited Industrial. Following that rezoning, there was a massive rezone initiated by the city to rezone a large portion of the properties along Douglas from I-135 back to Washington into the CBD district, and that's why it's presently zoned Central Business District on the part that was LI that has the PO. This is to basically rezone all of their land bank property into the PUD district with the outline conditions raised. The only thing I really want to add to what you already have in the packet we provided you is that this was taken to the District Advisory Board Monday. The District Advisory Board voted 5-1 to recommend approval. There were some conditions, and we've provided you a copy of the what the District Advisory Board's conditions were. But more importantly, the primary things that they wanted to do differently In the original rezone and protective overlay, the entrance onto Douglas Avenue was limited to right in, right out only. The District Advisory Board wants that to be eliminated so that turning movement can go either way onto Douglas. Also, the proposal from the District Advisory Board is to restrict the entrance onto Minneapolis to a right out only, so that any truck activity or traffic activity that comes out onto Minneapolis is then forced to move back to Douglas Avenue to get onto the larger street network and highway network within the community. Part of the concerns raised, and I don't want to take the thunder away from the folks that are here, but one of the things that was raised in the District Advisory Board were the fact that there is currently apparently a fair amount of truck traffic that moves south into the residential neighborhood on Minneapolis. And there's concern that that would be exacerbated by this design, particularly if it moved traffic out of the property and allowed trucks to move south. I will go through some of the other information. You can see this aerial does show that we have a lot of homes. Those are mostly single family. There is some multifamily in the area. It's all Zone B multifamily, but there are some single family homes in the neighborhood down to English and on further south to Waterman. Hydraulic is further to the west. You can see Douglas on the north side and obviously 135. The pictures, this is taken at the north end of Minnesota looking north, and you can see the hammerhead that currently exists where the street dead ends to the property that is the current food bank. And one of the conditions that was attached by the city in this redevelopment of what they're proposing is that this same hammer turnaround will be reconstructed where Minnesota would dead end as a result of this redesign. And that does show up on the area or the site plan proposal here. Right now, this hammerhead sits roughly in this location. It'll be reconstructed at this location with the gate entrance into the parking lot. You can see elevation of 135. Another concern of the District Advisory Board was the appearance of the building. This east side, as well as the west and south side, is just the bare concrete, and the neighborhood would like to have something more aesthetically pleasing, much like the north facade that faces on Douglas. I don't know that I have a shot of that, but there is a color pattern on that north side, and the other three sides are just bare concrete. However, I would note, for what it's worth, that bare concrete looks a lot like what 135 looks like, which is bare concrete. So other photographs of the area, this is the lot immediately to the south. And I've got another shot. This is on the east side. I'm looking on north on Minneapolis. Well, if I get these street names, I want you guys, but you can see the south and the west side of the food bank building. And this shot also shows there are a lot of cars parked on the street. And I've got other photographs that show that. That was one of the things that was raised by the neighbors at the DAB meeting, is that because of the lack of off-street parking from particularly some of the multifamily units along Minnesota or Minneapolis, the residents end up parking on street. Well, the new drive entrance is proposed just south of this red car, and you can see the truck or the parking activity on street, which would be potentially impacted and have a concern with all the truck traffic. This is looking east from Minneapolis. Obviously, you can see the application sign that is in that location. This is looking east from Minnesota, and then you can see 135. This is kind of looking northeast or along Minneapolis, and you can see the homes that are on the east side of Minneapolis, or west side. I have always had that problem. If I'd read the thing, this is looking immediately west from some of that area. Again, another shot. I'm on Minnesota looking south. This is the intersection with English Street at this location. Another shot further south and east along Minnesota. You can see 135. South along Minnesota, again, part of Minnesota, the area. This is another shot in the same area. You can see the south edge of the current fence and the entrance as it exists today. The new entrance is proposed roughly where this silver car sits along Minneapolis. And then this is a shot taken a little closer of the building. So we're recommending approval. I gave you a copy of a email I got this morning from Julianne Coleman with the Traffic Engineering Department. Brian Kuhn is here. As a result also of that, and what the Traffic Engineering Department has said, Julianne says they were unaware that we had restricted access onto Douglas to ride in, ride out only, and they're okay to opening that up to full turning movements onto Douglas. And the Traffic Department would be acceptable if the condition was attached that the exit onto Minneapolis in the new drive was a right out only to move traffic back to the north to Douglas. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I'll give you the opportunity to hear from the neighbors that are here.
Go to the audience.
Well, we do have the applicant's agent here.
Applicant happened to be sitting in the audience.
Levi Bond with Cobb Valley Engineering, agent for the applicant, 200 North Emporia, Suite 100. Just quick comments. First of all, we're in agreement with staff comments except for, I think it's actually comment number 1, the proposed language. We would like to change number 18 on the proposed language so we don't have the right-in, right-out limitation on Douglas. As the neighbors requested, and as it's already built to be able to handle that. Concerning the DAB comments, we are in agreement to make that a right-in, to make the right-in, right-out a full movement onto Douglas here. And then we are willing to put signage down here saying trucks right-out only. We'd like to retain full movement for cars, so light vehicles, not full semi-trucks. We'll direct them up to Douglas, as they already are told by the management there. They've already been directed out to Douglas. The one thing about the DAB comments that the recommendations that we aren't in agreement with exactly is on this west wall. There already is some architectural styling to it. Some panels are sandblasted to break it up a little bit instead of it just being all concrete in that community. And then, unfortunately, the architect's not here, so he can't tell you what he is envisioning for this addition. But I assume he'll do something else to style it to where it's not just bare concrete only. On the comments raised at the DAB by the neighbors, just wanted to make quick statements for them so they know that we're thinking about them. First of all, the Kansas Food Bank is just trying to be a good neighbor, and they always have been. They're looking to communicate with their neighbors as they have in the past and continue to do now. We had a comment about the possible damage to foundations during construction. I'm not an expert in the area, but I talked to engineers in our office with a lot more experience than me, and It looks like it will not be a problem. We believe it won't cause any issues with their foundation. And then there was a concern raised about security as well. The food bank also, it's in their best interest to keep things secure, and they're willing to work with the neighbors on lighting and how best to do that. I know that's a big thing. And then, let's see, make sure I cover everything here. And then the last thing I think on comments, hopefully I didn't miss anything, was worrying about noise. Right now, I think most of the noise pollution, that if they are hearing any, is coming off of I-135. I mean, cars are zipping by up 70 right there, and it's pretty close to that neighborhood. We are going to have some landscaping and then a yard fence down on that south boundary line here. It's going to be made of wood, at least 6 feet high. I know there's a comment about a masonry wall down there, but we can't do that as it's in the sanitary sewer easement. Before I take any questions, I think that Brian Walker wanted to make a quick statement on the goals in the future that the food bank envisions.
I just, thank you. I just wanted to mention for those, a lot of people don't understand what we do at the.
You'll have to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Brian Walker, President and CEO of the Kansas Food Bank. I just want to make some comments. A lot of people don't understand exactly what we do at the food bank and why we're doing this expansion. But one thing we don't do at our facility is we are not a food pantry at our facility, so we do not have hundreds of clients every day coming to our facility and receiving food and then taking that home. Our mission is to supply our hunger relief partners, not only in Wichita, but across the state. And through doing that, we provide about 12.5 million meals. The purpose of this addition is half of it basically is volunteer space, and half of it is some warehouse space, and cooler space for a couple reasons. We are very blessed that we live in a community that wants to give back. Presently, we have about 5,000 unduplicated volunteers that come to our facility every day. We've just outgrown the space that we need them to work in, and so we're creating a volunteer space. So, when the school children come, they have a place to eat lunch. When the seniors come, they have a place to sit down. We don't have to turn volunteer groups away because we need those folks to help us do what it is we do. And then doubling our fresh produce spaces. It's roughly 40% of our clients suffer from diabetes and heart disease, and our goal is to be able to put fresh produce on the table for those clients, and so we need the extra produce space to do that. We're not doing this expansion for any other reason than that, and we just want to be good stewards of our donor dollars. We've had great community support to get to this point where we're at today. So thank you, and I'd like to say it's important to our board chair as well, and Doug Jenkins is here today, and we'll be glad to answer any questions when we're done. Thanks.
Do you have any questions for either of us at this time?
I've got a question.
Richardson.
How much parking are you going to provide, and does the food bank add to the problem of parking on the street, or is that typically okay because the residents come home in evenings? If you have volunteers, and one reason I ask that question is because along Minneapolis, if we're going to have trucks exiting there, it looks to me like it might be wise to restrict the parking to the west side of that street only. If you get cars parked on both sides of that street, I'm not sure how trucks are going to get out there. And so I can't tell from that site plan how much of that is parking, and will it be adequate for the number of people you expect to have there, or do you expect to use on-street parking? One of the things with central business district zoning is there is no parking requirement. So I'm wondering what your thoughts have been on how you're going to handle that.
Okay, well, I can't speak for the residents of the neighborhood on what they've seen for parking-wise. I know that the food bank instructs all their volunteers to use the parking lot first. I talked to Brian Walker before I came in here, and he said very rarely do they have overflow and have to park on the street, but if they do, it's during business hours. And part of this expansion will be to increase the paved area to the south, and you'll pick up this parking here as shown in Brad Teeter's site plan that he has drawn up for us. Unfortunately, he won't be here today, so I don't know the count.
How many parking spaces do you have on the site plan?
Well, it's 18 proposed new there, and I think that's 9, so 27 new.
And how many you gonna lose?
And then these will probably match about the same as existing we have. Sir. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 11 there. So that'll be 17 more slots on that side. And then that was 9 and 18. So 27, 44 slots.
And then, excuse me, but right there where you had your mouse now.
Yep, and this is going to be used as parking too? Okay, I wasn't sure if that was new or if that was going to be taken out.
So maybe a question to the applicant, do you think that that's adequate parking to take care of your normal daily needs?
Yeah, certainly, because.
You'll need to go.
Brian, you can come up here.
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
You're good. Just tell them how many volunteers usually have.
Certainly. I need to correct something. I think I said 5,000 a day, but it's 5 unduplicated a year, so I need to correct that. But so this area, where'd the map go? Dun, 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 right. So this area here that's not shown as parking is also parking as well.
Okay.
Along this boundary fence right here. So I mean, you know, folks are going to park where they want. So it's a public street. So some of them park on the street over there because it is shady, but most of the time they park in our lot. So we usually don't have any overflow into the street.
So
Sometimes we do, but that's very seldom.
Would you have any objection to making parking on one side of Minneapolis only?
That's probably more of a question for Brian Kuhn. I don't know if you can do that through our PUD.
I'm asking you.
Oh,
No.
no.
Do I have any problem?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I haven't really thought about it, but I don't believe so.
Okay.
We usually have a pretty good friendship with the people across the street from us, so if we need a place to park our employees' cars, we can usually do that across the street if we run out, so.
Lowell, I think it really looked like in that one picture that no one was parking on the east side.
Well, but we don't know what time of day that was taken, or what, maybe it's on Sunday.
Most of those cars in those pictures are not there's a couple multifamily residences in there, and quite frankly, more often than not, residents from that street park in our lot than our folks park on the street.
Thank you.
I have a question, gentlemen, to the speaker. With this new addition you're putting on, is it going to increase your truck traffic? Or if so, how much?
I mean, I can't tell you how much. It's going to increase a little bit because the volume of fresh produce, as I talked about, that we're going to do. Most of our truck traffic is local. Most of our truck traffic now goes in and out of Douglas. Some of it comes behind the building. Sometimes the driver shows up bringing in something, a load from outside the state, and we'll park in the back. But the trash trucks go up and down the street beside us more in a month than we've done it in 12 years. So our truck traffic does not go through the residential area, except for when you go north on whatever that is coming out of our building, Minneapolis. Most of that, there is some truck traffic there, but there's actually only 2 residents that cover that because it's our building and then a car lot across the street from us.
You don't have the large semis coming in and out.
Oh, of course we do. Yeah.
I guess that was my question. The large trucks. The reason I'm asking these questions is because the Minneapolis street, and they talk about either taking it off of one side or what. If, you know, you've been basically just using one entrance in and out presently, have you not?
Well, I mean, we have most of the truck traffic goes in and out through the Douglas up here, the Douglas.
Yes.
Right? But sometimes it does go this way. Sometimes our drivers will, mostly if our drivers come in with the big semi trucks, they might come in this way because this Douglas gate is locked, right? But very seldom does semi truck traffic go up and down this road. Now, I mean, I have to say that sometimes a truck will come in late at night and might park here, and then a number of times it's confusing downtown, so a lot of times it's not trucks that are coming to our facility. They're turning around and going back the other way because First Street or Second Street's one way, and they get confused in there. So it's not our trucks that are always the ones doing that. Most of our local trucks are box trucks, and they go in and out of Douglas all the time.
Any other questions? Anything else, Levi?
Nope, thank you for your time.
Okay. We'll go out to the audience. Who would like to speak on this matter? Okay, I know you had your hand up.
Hi, my name is Marquanisha Coleman. I live at 135 South Minnesota. I don't really care what it looks like. I don't care what the building looks like. That doesn't bother me. What I'm concerned with is the security, the lighting over there. It's pitch black at night. I can't see anything. They have been broken into several times. They wouldn't even have known if I didn't call the police and call them that they've been broken into. My other concern is that Hammerhead. Now, they bought the two properties next to me. I live on Minnesota. So those two properties are empty. I am the next house. They're going to tear down the lady that lives right to the left of me. They're going to tear down her house, which gives me a corner house. I moved into that property because it's central located community. I was in the middle of a street. I wasn't on the corner of a street. My neighbor's house just got broken into, and I believe it's because she's a corner house now, because those two properties are gone. I'm worried about security. My husband works at night. I'm alone in my home at night with a 2-year-old. Now, if they move that Hammerhead down, that's going to be more traffic in front of my house. I don't want that. If I wanted to live next to the corner where there was a lot of traffic, I would have purchased a house there. I purchased that house because it was a centrally located community. I am a out in the field nurse. That means I go from house to house to house. I like to be able to get on that freeway and go where I'm trying to get to and still be close to my home. I like my neighborhood, but it's not becoming a neighborhood anymore. I'm also worried about my property value going down. I'm worried that if they don't put that lighting in there, I might be next to be robbed. Matter of fact, people breaking into houses in the middle of the night and forcefully going in there. And I'm at home alone with a 2-year-old. I'm scared about that. And we were trying to be friendly and go over there, and Brian said he was going to get back to us. Still ain't got back to me. Yeah, he still ain't got back to me. And, you know, they're talking about that like they live there. They don't live there. I live there. I have people here that are got rental properties. They don't live there. I live there. I am buying this home. I bought this home just because it was centrally located and it was a community within the bigger community. I understand y'all trying to help the community. Well, help me. I'm a part of that community. I donate to y'all. You know, and I stopped donating. You know why? Because they're throwing away food. 3 or 4 times in the morning, I hear big dumpsters throwing away food. And those semis are on our block late at night. My husband get off at 2 o'clock in the morning, and those trucks are parked in your driveway with those refrigerator motors running. And I'm not having issues from the I-35. I have 2 stories. Once I close my doors and close my windows, I can't hear I-35, but I live there. So you would know if I could hear I-35 or not. I'm hearing your trucks right next to my house. I'm hearing your dumpsters being filled up with food right next to my home. I'm afraid that
Ma'am?
you got it.
Ma'am, your time's up.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to call a recess of the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and go into session for the Sedgwick County Board of Zoning Appeals and take up item number 3. Anybody on the commission want to hear item number 3 in the Board of Zoning Appeals?
The reason for it is Anna's got to leave here shortly, and we need a translator for this particular case.
Okay, anybody want to hear this case? Anybody in the you do, Mr. Florence, okay. Anybody in the audience want to hear it? Okay.
What
Is it
case
just a
is
question?
it?
Huh?
What case is it?
BZA 2018 00029. Okay, you got it?
Well, maybe I'll just make a comment. Okay. You know, since I've been on this commission, every month we have somebody that built something without permission. At some point in time, we need to start enforcing the code because, you know, this is becoming a little bit too regular. So that's my comment.
That's a good comment. Anybody else? Anybody want to hear the full presentation? Is it okay if we go ahead and take a motion, Mr.? With your comments? Okay, do we have a motion?
Move approval of item number 2 and item number 3, is that correct?
Or just three?
Just 3, okay. Item number 3.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Foster?
I'm still sorting through these papers, trying to figure out what I'm voting on here. My golly, this is ridiculous. I got agenda item number 2.
Reduction of a side yard setback for a garage.
All stapled together.
Okay, yeah, that's the one where you ask yourself if it was a self-created hardship, and they never seem to meet that requirement, so it's very tough to decide. Okay, I'm ready to vote.
Hey,
I got just a comment too. I talked to Kyle about this a little bit by email and just want to have him make sure that they can meet the front yard setback, and I looked at the plat and it doesn't have a setback on it, so just so they don't get in trouble again with this thing, let's get it all done at once in case there's an issue. You know, as he pointed out, the carport can hang over 8 feet onto the setback, and I can't tell where the setback is, and nobody seems to know. All they applied for was a side yard, so I don't know whether they also need a front yard variance or not.
We
But I
believe
guess
if they need one, we can do that by administrative adjustment.
that's what he thought is probably, so just to make sure we understand that.
discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes. Thank you for being here.
Yes. they just
While we're
did.
still, yeah, let's do, while we're still on the Board of Zoning Appeals, BZA 2018-00027, City Modified Site Plan Review for Approval Variance. Anybody want to hear that case on the council, commission? Anybody in the audience want to hear item number 2? Okay, do we have a motion?
Second.
Do we have a motion and a second? And discussion, Mr. Foster?
This is just a general question. I think Scott might be the right person that I need to visit with. During the course of development of the comprehensive plan, there was lost the idea of important visual corridors, and part of that discussion related to billboards on it, and that's been lost. I don't know if there's any documents or information available that can guide this body in terms of making decisions related to billboards, because the whole aesthetics throughout the community on this have been lost. And I think it's a discussion this body needs to have.
Well, I mean, it wasn't lost. The new comprehensive plan adopted a map that changed that aspect.
And the few times that staff objected to billboards, they were all approved. And so, in fact, that was for those of you that were here when Marvin was here, that was a major thing that got him in trouble, was objecting to billboards and them being approved. And so basically staff has given up on that.
I think it's a broader question that ought to be addressed.
Okay, will staff so note that and bring us some discussion? Did someone tell them that we
Yeah,
passed?
he's waiting for you to do number 2.
Oh. Okay, we have,
No,
he's
he
at number
needs-
2.
He needs them for a minute. You need to do number 2.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on number 2. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes. All right, we have
We'll approve the minutes.
we have approval of the minutes for May 10th, 2018.
Move to approve.
Second?
Second.
And let me see who's allowed to vote on this.
I think everybody is present.
Joe, Cindy, Lowell, John, Bob, Foster, Bill Johnson, John McKay. We have a quorum to vote on it. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. We will now adjourn the BZA meeting. And we will go back into session on the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and take up where we left off. Did anybody have a question for the speaker who I so rudely interrupted as she completed her comments? Anybody have a question for her? Okay, next speaker. Thank you, ma'am. I don't think I got it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rita Reese, and I live at 132 South Minneapolis, and I am the property that is directly to the south of the proposed addition to the food bank. When I first moved in, I have a slideshow, but I'm going to just try and forget that because that's already up and we're already so behind. But
it's all right.
I do agree. I ditto everything she said. And then on top of that, I also moved in before the food bank was there, and now 2 houses have been taken down. I don't know how to get back to where that picture was.
Which one do you want?
The one that was just up there. I'll just use its. I want to use my slideshow, but I don't know how to get on there.
That one?
He told me to go here and then hit.
Or you want the aerial?
No, the one that you just had.
This one?
Yes, that one. So one of the issues that her and I both have is that since they're closing off that alleyway there, that we have a huge problem with vagrants and criminals in that area. My house was the one that got broken into yesterday, so I'm a little bit today. But anyway, we need to have lighting there. We need that desperately needs to be put there if this is going to be approved. We have to have lighting there because she's right that when their lights don't always come on, and thank you for putting those lights there, but they don't always come on. I think they're seasonal or something, so if it's 8 o'clock at night and it gets dark in one season and they don't come on till 10, we're 2 hours in complete blackness because their building is high enough, it cuts off all the street light from Douglas. So we're left in darkness, and there's no street lights except till you get to the very opposite end on English and Minneapolis. So we need street lights there because otherwise it's completely dark. We need some kind of lighting back there. And the other thing was the fence. I'm really close to that driveway, so that's the other thing I'm concerned about. That's traffic that's going to be going all the time right next to my house. My house is probably, between my house and my property fence is probably, I would say, 7 feet. And they're going to have, I think, 10 feet of landscaping and then that driveway. So that's 17 feet between me and the semis that go in and out of there all day long. And I beg to differ with you that there is a lot of noise from those semis because they don't shut off because they're refrigerated as they're loading. I actually have a video, which again, I don't have that in there, but I have a video that I taped the other day of how long those trucks run while they're parked there, loading, unloading. They don't shut those off. They're diesel and they're refrigerated. They're not going to shut those off. So then so that's a lot of noise right next to the house. I'm concerned about the diesel smell as well that comes from those trucks. Sometimes I walk my dog there right now in the lot that's empty, and with those trucks being that close, how am I supposed to open my windows in the summertime and, keep my cooling and costs down by using the natural air outside if I've got to breathe in diesel dust, diesel smell all the time, fumes. Some of the other things was you have a gate that you're going to put up right here that shuts off, I'm assuming after business hours. That leaves all this area here open for anybody that wants to park there, anybody that wants to hang out there, anybody that wants to commit crimes there.
We'll give you another minute.
Okay.
Your time
So
has
I'm
expired.
concerned about that. Also, the construction, I was the one who had the concerns about I live in an old home. My house is 93 years old. I don't know how much more construction it can take from the food bank. They knocked down 2 houses, they put up their building. Who's going to take care of my home if something happens to the foundation or I get cracks or anything like that? I don't have that kind of income where I can just go, let me just go fix this. But I guess I can let you deal with that with my insurance company if that happens. But the fencing, I'm not quite clear on where the fencing is going to go. Is that right on my property line and your property line, or is it back from the property line? If so, who's going to take care of any brush or trees or vines which are there now and have ruined my fence. I have a wire cattle fence right now, and I put that in because of the vacancy there. Cars were driving through the back of they come in an alley, they go through the alley, they pull through my backyard and go out the driveways that are there. So I had to put a cattle fence up to keep the cars out. And they don't maintain that. They don't maintain right along the fence. I have vines growing, trumpet vines that have ruined my fence now. They're grown in. I have trees that have grown in there that have ruined the fence. Who's going to replace that? That's basically it. I'm sure I forgot some things, but.
Wait a minute, wait. Any questions for the speaker? Yeah.
On lighting that you're talking about, do you want them to light their area, or do you want street lights, which we don't have anything to do with?
No, I want them to light their area, I want them to light the area that they caused to be blackened out because of their building being so tall.
Mind if their lighting spills over to your yard then?
As long as it's not shown right into the windows. Yeah, no, I do want that to be lit.
I got a question. Talk to us a little about the alley. Do you need the alley yourself? Do other neighbors need it because they have garages that come in off the alley?
Yes.
And so perhaps that's the reason their fence is pulled back, so there's still access to that alley, I suspect.
I'm sorry, I don't understand that. I don't understand what you mean by whose fence?
The food bank's fence.
Along the south side of the property.
The alley that comes in is right here. And they're proposing, if you go back to the,
Alley will be shut off, right, by the fence.
Yeah.
Yes, but that leaves a way for people to hang out there.
In the replatting that occurred, okay, Jim, what'd you do?
We don't want it to be gone, we just want it to be lit.
Yeah, their proposal, and the proposal of the new construction will result in the building physically getting closer to the new south property line. What is included in the recommendation of the DAB and what I think the residents are talking about is that there be area lighting on the south side. Jim's working on that.
So Dave, the alley will be vacated, right?
The alley, well, from the north end of her property and her property north, the alley is being vacated as a result of the new plat. It will still go open down to English.
Well, but it shows a fence across the alley at the north end of the alley.
Well, no, it's a fence across the property line, but the alley does not go any further to the north than these two ladies' land.
I understand that. I understand. So my real question here is she's concerned about the use of that area directly north of her house and the parking lot. That could be solved if the food bank would move their gate out to Minneapolis Street instead of offsetting it back to the level of the alley. That's why I was asking a question about the alley. Does it need to be
You're
offset?
talking about the fence going, that
Does
goes
it need to be offset?
in the driveway. I am
Yeah,
concerned about
just
that.
a moment, just a moment, man.
There is no fence here.
No, yes, there is. There is on the site plan.
Talking about this one here.
Goes all the way across the south.
No, I'm sorry, there's no gate here.
That's what, there is a gate right to the east of that
There's a
alley.
gate coming off of Minneapolis.
There's another one right there on that driveway.
Here?
Yes.
Or
No.
here?
Let the applicant show us where it is, if you would, Dave.
You're talking, well, there's a fence on their side of the property, but there's also a fence along this south property line.
I understand, but there's a gate right there.
Right there.
And we could alleviate some of her problems if that gate were moved all the way to Minneapolis. So you don't have people using that land
Well,
next to
that's-
her property. And my question was, we're going to close off the alley, so there's no reason that they couldn't move that gate, because we don't need access to the alley into their parking lot.
There is no access out the alley into
Right.
the parking lot.
That was my question.
I don't think there was ever the intention to get access to the food bank property from the alley.
Sorry, Dave, 1 second. Currently, as it stands, there is no access onto the food bank property from that alley. It dead ends
Okay,
at the
and-
north end of the property.
And I guess the other question would be, how about moving the gate over to Minneapolis?
He's talking about this gate here, moving it over here.
Is it all right if I answer that now? Okay. The reason the food bank has that gate at the location it's at right now is so they can have employees and volunteers come in before they're getting shipments and stuff, and they don't keep this gate open at all times, so the employees and volunteers can park here if these gates aren't open, so early mornings, late nights. And then it keeps the loading dock areas locked off.
But I was concerned about that, but as well, I was concerned about this area here in the alley. This will be blocked off with the fence, leaving it, making it a dead end here where criminals and vagrants can hang out, because we do have them in our area. That's who broke into my house yesterday, and that's not the first time that somebody's been there.
Is it not already a dead end farther north?
It is, but way up here. And it's all vacant lot that they bought the 4 houses. And so it's just a huge vacant lot. So it's open and everyone can see.
Okay, but it won't be after the construction.
Correct, which is my concern.
The current south line of the Kansas Food Bank is for proposed. It'll be downcast, basically street lamps like you see in parking lots here, and it'll be directioned so it doesn't flood into their property.
Right, so, but you do have lights.
Yes, that is part of the plan, to have lights there and address that with the community and see where they were thinking of lighting. I wasn't sure. I didn't make it to the DAB, so I wasn't sure of all their concerns. And then I think they have. Do you guys have wall packs on this side, Brian?
No, but we will on the south side.
So on the new addition, they'll have more lighting, at least wall packs on this side as well to light up that sidewalk.
South side, not the
Oh,
west, south.
sorry.
Okay, any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, who's next? Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name's Leon Mader. I live at 967 North Back Bay Boulevard. My interest here, though, is I own property in the neighborhood. 122 South Hydraulic, 111 South Hydraulic. The building the donut hole is in, 1716 East Douglas. We have about 8 properties within 3 blocks of here. We've been doing some work in the neighborhood, looking to renovate houses. A couple of us are kind of the enforcement police. We do call in problems regularly. Was at the DAB meeting. I agree with the things that we've talked about here. I'm a little confused with the reason why the wall can't go in, and see if I can figure out where my, not finding my, the south wall on the south side of the property. Dave, what happened to my cursor? Well, where? There it is. I found it. Okay. This south wall was what DAB had suggested to be a solid masonry wall. And we were told a minute ago that that couldn't be because of a sewer easement. Is there, on this south property line, there is a sewer easement?
It's where the sanitary sewer is getting relocated. It'll be an easement.
Oh, it's getting relocated. It's not there now.
No, right now it's currently the south property line of the Kansas Food Bank, so they're essentially moving the exact same easement south.
Okay? So we could do something with that easement to keep it off the property line so the wall could be built. The reason why the wall is important, I'm sorry, okay, the reason why the wall is important to us, to the neighborhood as a masonry wall is it'll be permanent, it'll be maintained, it'll be up against the property line of the neighbors. The current wall today is a fence. Fences get old, they deteriorate. This will be a permanent item that will stand. The current fencing is there, it's falling down. The landscaping is overgrown. The sprinkler system isn't maintained. There's rotten trees, there's rubbish, there's trash. It is your property, it runs, I'm sorry, the property, the landscape easement does run to the south of the existing wood fence. I need to go back to where I was at. The maintenance of the fence, maintenance of the property is something we'd like to see a solid masonry wall because it wouldn't have to be maintained. Honestly, the landscaping easement has not been maintained. We really, a minute ago, somebody suggested maybe taking some parking off the street again in order to protect the residential. I don't think that it'd be a good idea to take parking off the street. Our idea is to protect the residential part of the neighborhood. There's 5 residences on the west side of Minneapolis once this extends. So there is quite a bit, and each one of them is a duplex or a fourplex. So there's quite a bit of residential there. This is difficult to meet the requirements of the neighborhood, the needs of the neighborhood, because we're infringing deeper into a neighborhood with commercial property. All we can do is the best. I prefer it not. May I have 1 more minute, please? We would prefer that we not have the encroachment. I feel bad standing here talking about the food bank in a bad way. It's a wonderful thing. It's a great idea. We would really like a little bit of attention to some detail to take care of that, to get that wall in place. I don't understand also the suggestion about right turn only for trucks only. Let's keep all that traffic out of the neighborhood as much as possible. Let's keep it all right turn only into Minneapolis. Don't see a problem with that. And we would really request that the food bank in the future do walk the outside of the property and really maintain it. I'd be happy to meet you there and walk it. I think you're not really understanding where your line is today. I'm finished. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions? I assume the landscape buffer you're talking about now is at their present
At the existing, there is a wood fence on the south property line and a landscape easement.
2 lots up.
2 lots up,
Okay.
yes, that'll be gone.
Thank you.
And now the fence is coming to the property line, which is, the landscape's going to be on the other side, which is good, it'll be maintained. And right now it isn't.
Okay. Any other speakers? Yes. You've waited patiently all afternoon.
I should get an award.
Time's up.
I was going to ask for 3 times because those other speakers had all their spouses speak, and I own 3 properties on that one block, so I was going to ask for 3 times as much time. So, can we go back?
We need your name and
to one of the
name and
slides here?
address. Name and address.
My name's Leanna Beat. I am the Homeowners Association for McKnight Neighborhood. I'm a member of the Douglas Design District. I'm a former disc jockey, so I could talk all day. I'm a member of the Wichita Transit Authority Advisory Council, and I am a realtor. And I own 3 properties on the street, and I live on Minneapolis. I live at 219 South Minneapolis, so I live like down here somewhere. So there's the food bank. It's hard to see this way.
Oh, you got to stay up there. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Is it on
so,
the-
yeah, I live right here.
Where?
I live right there. Oops, see, you make me click it, and then I forget what I'm doing. So as it goes back this way, I guess, 1, 2, 3. So I live about 5 houses down from English, but I own 142 South Minneapolis. I just bought that, and I've owned, and which backs up to the alley. This is a 2-car garage. And then I own 1916 South English and 1918 South English, which is right next door. I have off-street parking for my tenants, and my tenants take very good care of their property. I bought this property. It was a house that a guy had lived in with no electricity, gas, or water for the last 4 years. There is a church right here that does a food bank, which I think sometimes people get confused when we say food bank. Theirs is a warehouse where people don't meet. This is a place where on Tuesday, this is all clogged up with people and parking their cars. Even though there are no parking signs, I actually went out on Tuesday and called the police because there was parking up and down this and you can't get through. So when the food bank has people coming to volunteer, and I have volunteered there with Berkshire Hathaway, we have a volunteer day and we've gone there and volunteered. We would like for all the cars to go that way instead of down here. This only goes one block. It goes the 100 block and the 200 block, and then it turns into Waterman. You can only go out to hydraulic. That's it. Or you can come out to English, but this is such a narrow street, it's crazy. So as a neighborhood, we would just like to keep as much traffic out of the regular neighborhood that's coming in. The other problem that I have is, yes, this is a zone commercial, but this is Jimmy's Egg. This is Tanya's Soup Kitchen. I've watched them all be built. I was there 20 years ago when these were vacant buildings and this was a vacant car wash. And the food bank was an empty Franklin Auto, and I believe that Carl Chusey gave them the money or the land. He donated the land so they could build there. Wasn't against it, but what I have a problem with is this is an alley here. So this is Leon's property over here, and then there's an alley here, and all of a sudden we have this building. So this is a duplex, this is a single-family house, fourplex.
I'll give you another minute.
Thank you. None of these people have off-street parking. One of them has a driveway. I believe it's this one, or maybe they both do. But this is a fourplex, so we've got 4 people parking here. We've got people parking all up and down that live there. I don't need more people coming to park. So originally when I met with Brian, with Leon, I think it was 3-4 years ago that we came down and met with you, you said, oh, we're only going to expand. We're only going to take the first house on each side and we're going to make it a parking lot. All we need is a parking lot. Now we're getting a huge deal, which of course, as being a realtor, those 2 people, their house has now become less valuable. And how much further are they going to come? And that was a question I had for Brian before I even bought these 2 houses here, because if they're going to come all the way down the block in a couple of more years, how much do I want to improve these properties or do anything with the property that I just bought? I don't want to spend 2 years making something really nice and have them come tear it down in 2 years. Nobody wants to make that effort. Thank you.
Questions for the speaker? Yeah, I can't say that. Any other speakers? Seeing none, we have 2 minutes for rebuttal. Levi? You might, next time you come before us, you might select your wardrobe a little differently.
Uh-oh, are you a KU fan? Tim should have warned me about this. Okay, I'm fine with WSU too then, as long as it's not KU. I mean, don't tell Kyle.
You're just fine. Don't let him worry about that.
All right. First of all, just want to say sorry to Ms. Ruiz that happened to you. This Kansas Food Bank is also concerned about security in this area. A lot of what's happening is transients coming from under the canal route where that bike and sidewalk path is, and there's no real way for them to control that. But they are willing to put lighting on the south side like we've already discussed, and they'll do it on the south side of the building as well. Even Brian offered that if it's something you guys think would help, he'd be willing to host a meeting with local police force and have a little safety meeting on how best to approach that in the neighborhood. Going on from there, about the hammerhead and your concern, I'm sorry I didn't get your name down in time on my notes. And with the hammerhead there on Minnesota, I might have misheard you, but I don't think moving it south is going to increase the traffic you see. Maybe the turnarounds by your house, but not the traffic itself. I mean, there shouldn't be any reason why there's more going through there. And just like it is now, it won't be a open access on Minnesota up through here. I mean, it's gated through here. And then one of the reasons why we're looking at not doing the masonry walls, obviously it's a more expensive option, but also we think the wood and then having the landscaped area, which we don't have now on that south line. There's no landscaping on our side of the fence. By incorporating those two, we can actually get greater sound reduction between the two instead of just one masonry fence. It's just a thought there. Like I said earlier, the reason the gate is where it is on the southeast corner of that building is just so they can have workers and volunteers in here without opening up the dock area. And then I think that we already addressed, but right now, this alley is going to stay open to the south line of our property. And then that's how it is. Before they purchased these 4 lots, it was just open to the south line of the food bank, and that's all they're looking to do now. Let's see. The only other thing that I was kind of talking to Brian about is it seems like it's a lot bigger concern in the neighborhood about it being ride out, ride only, ride in. Well, we could do ride out only here. Trucks will have to turn left as they come down to here to get in. And we'd be willing to just sign it plain ride out only if that helps alleviate some concerns there. Any other questions at this time?
Questions? I'd like to ask the lady in the audience a question. Lady in the audience, would you like that? Huh?
You're the chairman.
Yeah, ma'am, I'd like to ask you a question. Were you the one that wanted to say something?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Keep on talking, we're not gonna have a quorum to vote one way or the
I
other.
know.
That's what we're trying for.
Are you leaving?
So I'm concerned about when y'all do put that fence or the,
Do I?
So do I.
or the masonry fence. I really don't care about that. Don't at all. What I care about is that fence ain't gonna go to my property line, which is gonna leave an opening for people to come along the side of my home. And I'm scared of that. That's why I didn't buy a corner house, because I wanted to be fenced in and feel comforted by other people.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the commission.
Better make a motion.
Mr. McKay?
I'd like to make a motion approval, subject to staff comments. Also, the things that the dad talked about, and I don't know if this is covered or not, but I think the fence ought, I'm like Lowell, I think the fence ought to go all the way, the full length of the south end of the property to east to
Continuous.
west. Continuous with no gate.
You mean the gate should move?
No gate. They got a gate there now, and why?
Come in the driveway.
They come in the driveway. They don't have to come up that alley. That'll stop them from coming up the alley.
Okay.
Okay,
There-
no, I'm
it
just saying
clarification.
The fence ought to be continuous all the way from the east.
It will be. It will be wood fence until about here, and then it transitions into wrought iron, as is already.
You know what? I think you need to sit down. Also, I think it was a recommendation by the traffic engineer to do away with the right in, right out on Douglas.
Including that in your motion.
Yes, I'm including that in my motion. One of the things. Oh, yeah, lighting. And at the food bank, do the lighting along the south side of their property so that it will light up their parking area.
Provide security for the.
Provide security. And as far as the lady was talking about a while ago, if they put a fence up, it'll be on their property line, which would be the same as your property line. That's my motion.
Have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would like to ask, where is the gate going to go then?
What gate? For what reason?
Well, there's a gate there, they said.
Right here.
Well, that's on their property.
Why shouldn't it move to the street?
Because people come in here before they're open.
Well, they need to open that gate before people start coming. That's what I'm saying.
If you want to bend the motion, bend the motion.
You took the gate out.
Oh, no, I took the gate out on the fence. I didn't take the gate out, period.
Took it out on the alley.
Took it out on the alley. I thought there was a gate on the alley.
It's still open in the hammerhead. At the Hammerhead, there's a gate.
There's a gate there, the Hammerhead, but there's a gate on the, to me, it's the southeast corner of the new addition. There's a gate right there, is there not?
No, there is not a gate in this fence.
Oh, I'm talking about right,
Are you talking back here?
okay, take the driveway going out of the building to the west. Well, that drawing right there. Is there not a gate at the southeast corner going across there?
At this location,
So go
That's
back.
southwest, southeast corner
Right
of the
there.
building.
there's a gate there.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's in the driveway.
It's in the driveway.
It's not
And
coming.
his question is, why can't we just move it to the west, which is what Lowell brought up earlier?
That way the trucks can't.
Well, according to what Mr. Walker indicated was that the reason they leave it open is because you have all these parking stalls along the south side of the new extension. And as they have volunteers come in, they have staff and other folks park in these spaces to get access into the building. And that way they don't open up the area on the east side of the warehouse until it's more operational.
But if the gate's at the entry, you have to open the gate so they can park there.
If there was a gate over along Minneapolis, then there would have to be someone physically open the gate to allow them in. I presume they would still keep the gate here as well if they did that, so.
It's their property, I don't.
You know, the gate, in my opinion, can go clear to the west property line. But I think that's, Lowell brought it up, John just brought it up, and so.
You made the motion.
Well, I haven't put that in my motion.
Do you want to put it in?
Yes.
And who, second?
Second.
And
I
you-
accept it.
You agree with it? Okay.
Got a question.
Yes, sir.
Did we ever decide whether or not coming out, that's gonna be right only?
No, it'd be either way.
Huh?
Either way.
No, it's two-way onto Douglas.
Right.
The applicant has offered to make this
That,
right
yes,
only.
Right only.
Right, but I thought you were pointing up.
No, I meant that,
Okay.
This driveway, the applicant offered just a second ago to make this right only for all traffic.
Right.
Part of the recommendation.
And that was part of the recommendation from the DAB, and you included that.
Call the question.
He included that in the DAB recommendation. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes. Now, Mr. McKay has a request under other. that-
Oh, all I was saying is that I think Bob made the comment a while ago that, about getting all the information and stuff that, they go to the bylaws and.
Change the bylaws
or just-
to require that all information be submitted at the time that we get it to review before the meeting.
The only other alternative is for you all to just take the position that if you get it today, you may or may not use it, and that you're going to just move on down the road, and whatever you hear is what you get without modifying the rules,
Well,
but,
I think.
I think changing the bylaws is
Okay.
better.
I don't think you
I've
can do
got
a
it
carte,
screwed. I'll
I don't
send
think
you
you can do a
this.
carte blanche change, because I think on a case by
Bring
case.
bring back a recommendation to us, staff.
okay.
Yeah.
We're adjourned.